everyone. Welcome back to another episode of Old Realms, mod for Bannerlord. I'm going to turn this music down a little bit. Well, it's really ramped up. I feel like it still feels too loud. I don't know, we'll let it go for a while. See how we go. Alright, so I wanted to play the play the Necromancer. The Necromancer got a little bit of an update. They changed some things about it. I'm not sure. It looks like they made the Harbinger a little bit stronger. So the Necromancer's ability is basically that he can summon an undead champion that you can take control of and fight as. Later on, you get the ability to switch back and forth between the Harbinger and the Necromancer, and I think just the Harbinger goes on autopilot, fights for itself. They also changed. They changed so before what used to happen is you'd get like plus 100, plus 200 party size. You know, Necromancer could just get like a massive party size, or like a humongous army. So they've changed that so that when you level up, you actually spec into an ability that reduces the weight of the low tier skeleton infantry. So you get I think you get at least 3 or maybe 4 perks that reduce the weight of them by 20%. So basically if you get 3 of them, reduce the weight of them by 60%, that means that skeletons I think only count as 40% of a troop in terms of your party size. So instead of having like, you know, 100 party size and then getting a skill that gives you plus 100 plus 200, so you got 300 party size, you still only have 100 party size, but the skeletons only count as 0.4 of a party. So, you know, so if you got 100 party size, then you'd have, what, 250 skeletons would be able to fit into that 100 party size kind of thing. Yeah, like goblins kind of thing. Yeah. So, and the more you spec into it, the more you can sort of reduce the size of your necromancers. Anyway, I want to do a bit of training at the start of the campaign. So I'm just going to get into the campaign quickly, and then we'll talk about it while we're just autopiloting around with our character. So yeah, I was trying to make a bit of a Necromancer character earlier, but I couldn't really figure out how to do it. So I guess we want to be like bald and hairless, as a Necromancer should be. And I feel like you can't really be very white anymore. Like, you can't be like super pale. Like, I wanted him to be like really pallid looking, but I feel like even the whitest version looks kind of pretty tan. But I don't know, maybe once we get into the game and like we're cruising around in the snow and stuff, maybe he'll look more... this guy's a bit too Chadley. We need to like try to make him look a bit more like a wizard. A bit less jawline action. Face width is as narrow as it can be. Face weight? Oh yeah, make him a bit more gaunt. Make his cheekbones stick out more. Face sharpness. Oh, here we go. We're getting pretty gaunt. He's got too much jaw, it feels like, doesn't it? I don't know. That's good enough, I think. And I believe it's more of a cultist thing than a Necromancer thing. Yeah, that looks pretty good. And build. Oh yeah, we need to make him a bit skinnier. Make him as skinny as possible. Just about. Alright, a Necromancer is born. But yeah, I don't know. I never really got into the Necromancer too much before, but I think I'm going to give it a little bit of a go. And yeah, I want to try out the. I just want to kind of just play the normal Necromancer vibe, really, but just in the new update, because I never really got into the Necromancer before, and I'm hoping I'll like it more with the changes that they've made. Try out his magic and stuff as well. Alright, so I think his perks rely on medicine, spellcraft, and something else. Oh yeah, medicine, spellcraft, and roguery. So we can go for... So I really want to go focus on intelligence. I was kind of thinking of... actually, yeah. I was kind of thinking of focusing on intelligence and spellcraft. Intelligence to get our zombies, make our necromancers more so we can have like heaps of skeletons, and skeletons are fairly low tier troops, so the strongest of them probably only have like 130 150 hit points, maybe so I was sort of thinking if we could get medicine up to 330, then we could get plus 80 hit points for all our troops. So if they're like, you know, 130 hit point skeletons, then we could, you know, get them up to really high. But anyway, we can't do intelligence, so yeah, we'll talk about that more once we get into the game. Social we could do, but it doesn't help us with any of our career abilities. Endurance is always good for some hit points, but not really a big deal. So yeah, we'll go for cunning, because roguery is one of our career abilities. And then yeah, social's no good, vigor's no good, peat farmer's no good, necromancer's apprentice. Necromancer's apprentice gives us intelligence. Yeah, so I sort of was thinking about going for medicine. Actually, I think medicine might be one of their abilities. Might be one of their, I think they might scale off medicine as well, actually. Let me just bring up the perks for a second. Yeah, we'll come back and talk about the changes and stuff more in a bit. I'm just gonna get the game started because I want to do some passive training for a while and just like chat while we're letting him tick up in magic. So yeah, basically when I'm creating a character, you want to look at their career ability, scales off of spellcraft. So spellcraft, scales off roguery, spellcraft roguery, scales off medicine, spellcraft roguery medicine. It says spellcraft, roguery, medicine. Alright, cool. Yeah, so we'll go intelligence, necromancer's apprentice, and then this last choice, you only get 3 choices, and the third one is your career. So we're going to go novice necromancer. You've got to choose necromancer, otherwise we won't be a necromancer. And we'll just choose our banner. Hey Andy, no, I don't like anyone contacting me about shit when I'm streaming. Thanks, buddy. So yeah, please don't. Where are we? Where's the vampire stuff? I think I went past it. Distracted me. Oh yeah, so we just need a cool icon for our necromancer. Some of these are a bit too vampire-y, I feel like. So yeah, it was something specifically that's a bit more necromancy. The scythe and rose is pretty cool. We'll move the scythe and skeleton. Yeah, the scythe and skeleton is pretty cool. And then we could go for... Maybe black and gold. I think that's pretty cool. Go for a bit of that. And there's going to be Mercar. Mercar on Magic. Yep, go for Bannerlord, realistic, Iron Man mode. Yeah, so when you're playing Necromancer, you kind of, I guess you're kind of like playing like a backline spellcaster kind of career. And obviously you got a lot of summons and stuff. I can't stand the death in battle chance. There's no death in battle chance, Okrovich. Just death in battle is disabled for this this mod. So it doesn't matter whether you choose death in battle on or off. It's always off automatically when you're playing Old Realms. You don't have to. Yeah, it doesn't matter whether you click it or unclick it. Yeah. Alright, so yeah, so like I said, I'm just gonna like passively train with a Lord for a while to get my spellcraft up heaps. So I'm just gonna do that for ages, and also we'll get our medicine up probably to at least 75. Roguery, oh yeah, we may as well train everything, I guess. Really. So yeah, so basically we're just looking for a Lord that we can hang out with to train up with. We can't, there's no riding horses that we can use. Don't need a sword. I'm not some sort of barbarian thug. Smelt our 2 starting swords and use them to make pole arms. And yeah, we're just waiting for a like a vampire lord to come towards the town that we can jump in and train with. May as well get some free blacksmithing experience while we're here. Here's the Lee's one cast iron. Yes, this is what I'm talking about. Minus 20% party weight of lesser undead troops. And there's, you can get that in each of these 3 trees. So you can get minus 60%. Yeah, I'm kind of, for spells, I guess we're going to kind of get these extra winds of magic things. Alright, cool. Now we'll leave there, and then we'll go and sign on with Elise von Carstone.
Yours is not a face I know. What is your name, stranger?
So we'll probably get some vampire companions like her later on. Probably not as high skill as her, but going up offering my sword, and then we can serve as a hireling. So if you serve as a hireling, you lose all of your troops, but you keep any companions that you might have gotten. And then you, and once you do that, you can just passively learn a skill. So you can choose what skill you want to do. Certain skills are really good, and the Necromancer has a lot of really good ones. So Spellcraft, really good one. Like you can get it up in battle just by casting spells and stuff, but you get up much faster by training with one of these lords. Roguery is another one that's sort of there are ways to get it up, but it's kind of hard. So it's a really good one to train with these guys. Medicines goes up pretty well once you get above 75, but it's really good to use training with lords just to get it up to 75 to get you started, and then you start healing the enemy armies. So even if your army doesn't take any damage, because that's normally the way you get medicine skill from your guys dying, or from healing them after the battle. But this will actually make you 75 plus, makes you gives you a perk that lets you heal enemies, so that's really important. Leadership tends to just go up fairly regularly, like steadily as you're fighting battles and stuff, especially once you start creating armies. However, if you get up to 100, you get 50% extra 50% more renown gain from battles. So if you want to just train with Lord to get up to 100 first, that then start adventuring after you already got the 50% bonus, that's really good. And Steward actually will go up quite steadily, just by having the right different foods and stuff in your inventory. But that does give you a bigger army size, and Necromancer's army size is magnified because his troops only cost 0.4 of a troop, basically. Every increase that every one increase in army size is actually 2.5 increase in army size for the Necromancer. So all really good. Anyway, so these are all basically, they're just all really good training skills. Sorry, I should have been training while I was doing that. So yeah, so the idea was that I'll get started and then we'll just like talk and stuff while I just let this guy run around and give us free training, basically. Because there's so much stuff that's good to train for the Necromancer. So I plan to do a lot of training at the start and just power up all these skills as much as I can. Excuse me. Got up a level. Okay, so as soon as you get up a level, put that other point in spellcraft. So you got 5 points. Now we're getting the maximum advantage we can out of this training, leveling up as fast as possible. Excuse me. I was gonna say. Yeah, so I was just going to bring up the perks while we're training. We can have a look at. Kind of go through the perks in detail. Is that good? Yeah, I think it's pretty good. So basically with the Necromancer, you get your career ability lets you summon an ancient harbinger of an old age. It is basically like a white king. And he loses 5 hit points for every... Are we still moving? I think maybe it's loading shaders every now and again. Yeah, I think it's frozen. I think it's just loading shaders. If we just let it chill for a while, it should, hopefully it'll come good again. Yeah, so the Harbinger, he summons the Harbinger, and it's basically like an undead warrior that you basically take over. And then basically the more spellcraft you've got, the more hit points that the Harbinger's got, so the tougher that they'll be. And then you can scale that with your other abilities as well to have more and more hit points on your Harbinger. And yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking. I'm not sure if medicine would have, like, this does seem like it might have crashed. No, it's good. It's good. There we go. We're back. Sorry. Yeah, so anyway, so basically the more you're scaling, basically gives your Harbinger more hit points. Your Harbinger loses 5 hit points per second, every 2 seconds, sorry, so 2.5 hit points per second. And so you can give it more and more hit points. So basically the Harbinger will like last longer and you can kill more stuff with it. And then there's some other abilities that affect it. So, but anyway, so yeah, so we've got like this, 20% party weight for lesser undead troops. We've got 3 levels of that in tier 1. And that's it. Okay, so we don't get any more of it. So 40% weight is as low as they go. But yeah, so then we get the scaling with roguery, also medicine, and yeah, roguery and medicine are the two things that scale it. So you get an extra hit point for every 3 levels. So just say we get like an average of 300 in all those skills, then that'd be 300 extra HP that the Harbinger will have. So assuming it starts off with 100 at least at the start, you got at least 400 hit points on your Harbinger by the end of it, maybe. Yeah, what else we got? A little bit of spell damage. Cheaper cost of spells. Oh yeah, 20% chance for tier 4 plus lesser undead troops to be wounded instead of killed. So somebody was telling me that yeah, medicine skill doesn't reduce the chances of your undead being killed. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. Yeah, like, well, they said that basically they never get anyone wounded, all their undead always die. But yeah, I was wondering if medicine just doesn't affect undead at all, or if medicine basically just gives your undead a chance to just not die at all, like, and just be fully back to life after the battle or something. So yeah, I don't know. I was gonna check that out. But yeah, possibly medicine just does nothing in terms of making you guys not die. But it seems weird that you would be like expecting like medicine is one of your party skills and that doesn't actually do anything. If that is the case, then I feel like that's a bit of a bad sign. But we'll see how it goes. Yeah, see, Harbinger also scales with medicine, so yeah, it seems weird. Yeah, so you get a perk here where you get 90% ward save when you're possessing the Harbinger. Based on my experience, medicine doesn't help in the death chance of skellies. Yeah, so the one thing I was going to check was, like, just say you have, like, you go into battle and you have 400 skeletons and 350 of them die, so you only got 50. Do you ever come out of the battle and you've actually not got 50, you've actually got 100 or whatever? You know what I mean? Like, I was just thinking maybe they just don't become wounded, they just become, like, not damaged at all kind of thing. But yeah, have you checked that? Or you haven't noticed? Yeah, I mean, I guess medicine still helps with vampires and stuff. Like greater undead, maybe? Yeah, I don't know. Harbinger kills restore 2 hit points to you and the Harbinger. So if you can get your Harbinger just rocking, killing heaps of people, then you might be able to keep it alive indefinitely, because it'll lose 2.5 hit points per second. But if you can kill things like, you know, if you can kill 2 things per second, maybe you can keep it alive. If we get sort of cleaving with a 2-hander, maybe we can achieve that. Oh yeah, so once you get this final perk, you get magic melee damage for Harbinger, and it kills restore 1 of your winds of magic. So if you get your Harbinger going, you can basically get winds of magic back with your Harbinger, then use those winds of magic to summon more undead, which will charge up your Harbinger, so that you can use the Harbinger again and get more winds of magic. And you know, so yeah, a lot of the caster type characters get excuse me, a lot of the Harbinger type characters get a lot of sorry, not the mage sort of characters get a lot of abilities in their tier 4 doing stuff like that, where they can basically cast spells to do something that'll charge up, that'll give them more winds of magic, so they cast more spells, you know. So yeah, so the Grey Lord's got something like that, the Spell Singer's got something like that. Yeah, so it's pretty cool. Just having a summon and just go back to your Necro so you have an extra beefy summon. Yeah, so yeah, there's a, where's the ability that you can get? You get an ability so you can basically summon the Harbinger, but instead of using it in combat yourself, you just switch back to your Necromancer and let the Harbinger do its thing. Yeah, well, I think you can switch back and forth, can't you? So my plan was to sort of, you know, use the Harbinger to fight, and then switch back to the Necromancer, chuck a buff on the Harbinger to make it attack faster and stuff, and then switch back to the Harbinger to fight again, and it's, you know, kind of like that. We got a little battle here, so we'll just jump in to just check it out. Yeah, and the one thing I'm a bit worried about is whether my hardware can handle handle the battles with heaps of entities. Eric Nagnarich said there's a bug with the Harbinger during sieges. When you swap back, it does something to pathfinding, crashing my sieges. Yeah, that's no good. We might have to not use it in sieges. Okay, so we've only got one spell at the moment. Too many agents on the battlefield. So because this is a huge battle and it's the battlefield's hit the cap already, we can't summon. How lame is that? I've only got like one spell and I've got literally nothing else to do in this battle apart from cast it. Check out the ghost. How cool is that? Is that is that a can wraith or something? I might just leave this battle. We already fucked up by getting shot by that arrow. This is my first time playing the Necromancer, by the way, guys. So if you have any questions, don't know, because I'm just finding out now. But by the end of the stream, we might be able to answer a few questions. Huh. It's weird. Sometimes it bugs out a little bit. How easy is that enchantment to get? What materials do you need for it? Yeah, one thing I'm a bit disappointed about with the Necromancer is like how can you I can't get out of it. Is like I kind of want to like cast what do you call it? I kind of want to yeah, I kind of want to be able to get enchantments on my Harbinger. It'd be cool if like the enchantments that you put on yourself would apply to the Harbinger, or you know, whatever. So like, yeah, you could get like you were saying, that one that summons graveguards per kill. Like if you get that on yourself, but it would actually apply to the Harbinger when it was in combat, that'd be sweet. Yeah, so you can see what the undead armies look like. Just mass loads of skeletons. Yeah, unfortunately getting wounded really sucks because now we we won't be getting any training points, so it's kind of sucks. Oh, yeah, I should have saved it before the battle so I could test out this Harbinger crashing thing. But yeah, maybe I won't bother switching to the Harbinger. Oh, you okay? Or maybe if I just stay as the Harbinger and don't switch back. Okay, here we go. So now I'm the Harbinger. Huzzah! I think I'm gonna see my health going down. I think I'm gonna even get into combat with my Harbinger before I get back into my Necro body. Oh, there's the Halberd Demigryph Knights. Ah. Alright, well it didn't cause any crashes yet, so maybe, fingers crossed, maybe I'm not going to get that crash. Pick up the sword of my ancestors. The Harbinger was on siege ladders and chopping at the second gate type areas. Okay, you reckon maybe there's something to do with that specific area that you're in? There's a Reichsguard sword there. Get this. Right, I'm gonna climb over the battlements like some kind of peon. You can usually fast forward the battles anyway just by tabbing out and going to and pressing the button for that. But yeah, but this is totally vanilla Old Realms, no mods at all. Just testing it out as vanilla. These guys look like they've got enchantments. Dark Magic's still busted? Oh yeah, in what sense? Like, what do you think's what's busted about it? Got ham with this freaking Reichsguard sword. Oh shit. Oh. But what? Did I just get knocked out? How am I supposed to? Oh, okay.
Thanks for your help, Strain.
Yeah, RTS mod's a great mod and everything. I don't use it though. Wish they would add melee damage charge to your necro skill type. Yeah, that'd be cool. Oh yeah, so now I'm fucked because I'm not getting any skill ups. So I'm just gonna leave. No, I'm not. Gotta wait. Gotta wait for 25 days before I can leave. So unfortunately I have to wait the last 5 days without getting any skill ups because we got wounded in that battle. So yeah, when you're training with lords, you basically just don't want to go into the battles at all. But after this, I'll get a healing spell so that we, if we do go into battle and get wounded, we can just top up our health anyway. So. God damn it! Another siege. So yeah, we'll go for the auto simulation. Athletics. Yeah, I'm gonna go for discipline at first. I was kind of thinking about going medicine, but it's sort of harsh with the medicine not really doing anything. But I kind of feel like the extra hit points would be pretty good. Like if we could get the get it to 330 and get the 330 medicine, so we get plus 80 hit points to all our skeletons. It would be pretty crazy. But yeah, I kind of want to get at least 8 disciplines so I can get to 300 spellcraft with a double enchants. Oh yeah, does Necromancer have any good enchants? Oh yeah, and why did you say that? And why did you say dark magic was busted as well? What's busted about dark magic? Yeah, so medicine and roguery, I guess we'll go medicine first. I want to get that up to at least 75. The ghost line of units, the ghost line don't count as minor undead though, do they anyway? So it doesn't really work with the Necromancer's thing because you don't get the 60% reduced weight. So you don't really want to go ghost units anyway, do you? With the Necromancer? Fucking hell. Trying not to get wounded. Yeah, I don't know. Or do they count as minor undead? Or whatever it is? I'm not sure if there's like a marker or if you can tell. Too many agents on Battlefield. That other guy summoned some stuff. So you don't know whether they count as minor undead or not? Because the Necromancer's got a bunch of abilities that reduce the weight of the party size weight of minor undead units, which I assume means like skeletons and stuff. And I assume it does not apply to ghost units. But yeah, I'm not sure. Guess we check it out. New question. Just lost the battle, got taken captive. One of my companions went fugitive and left my party. Are they gone forever? No. You just got to wait a little while, and then that'll say that they'll turn up in some settlement, and then you just click on them and recall them to your party again. Yeah, you just got to wait a little while, Anthony. They'll just be unavailable for a little while. Do you know if there's a good way to get a good gunpowder weapon as non-Empire or Dwarf weapon? No. If you want a good gunpowder weapon, you got to be Empire or Dwarf. There's the merchant. What's it called? There's the random merchant guy that can sometimes get random stuff. But yeah, so that's probably your only chance, I guess. Managed to get Bretonian demimount. Yeah, you can get like, you can hire a bunch of like elite gun troops and then shoot them, and then every time you go into a battle, just shoot one of them in the back of the head with a bow and arrow, and then just take their gun, and then you use it for the rest of that battle, but you won't have it permanently. But that would be a bit of a workaround, I guess. You can still use their weapons and level up. Cool thing about that is even if you got like no gun skill at all, you can go and pick up like a top level like 250 gun and just use it on accident, of course. Exactly. Off topic, but vampire counts physical resistance, faction wide to ghouls and horrors from bloodline skills still works. Oh, in Total War, you mean? Yeah, cool. Yeah. I think I was doing that in my campaign. I'm not sure if I actually tested it out in battle, but yeah. But I think I saw it on the party screen, yeah, on the maps commander, whatever. Just gotta wait a couple more days so I can detach from this army. Then I want to basically immediately rejoin again. Well, as long as we're in town, we can get a little bit of medicine. Yeah, fuck it. Right. Gotta wait another day, then I can leave. It's just because if we're in town, we have like +8 healing rate. So. 25 days. All right, cool. So now,
It's
as
been
soon
a
as
while.
25 days comes up, you can talk to your lord and leave. And the reason why I don't want to do that is just because I want to go sit in a town and get the +8 healing, and then just go back and join. We'll go back and join their army again. But this time we'll have. This time we'll actually have full health, so we'll actually be able to train. When you don't have full health, you don't get any XP. So it kind of sucks. While we're training, I mean while we're healing, we'll do a bit more blacksmithing. Get some free monies. I should put a point in blacksmithing if I want this to happen. Hey Mercy, do you need the sailing DLC for this mod? You mean war sails? Nah, I've got it already, man. Oh, for this mod, sorry, you must have said. No, this mod doesn't use war sails. It's built on 1.3, which is like the version of Bannerlord that war sails came out with, like the new version of Bannerlord. But but you don't need the DLC yet. What companion type did you use for your White Lion campaign? The envoys don't seem like they're intended to be a combat character. So for your companions, I use the guardian mages. Get like at least 4 of them, I would say. Yeah, at least 2 of them minimum. And then yeah, basically disable all their spells except for the physical resistance shield, and then I take physical resistance magic on my own character as well, and then that way if you stack those 2 together, you can get 100% physical resistance for a limited time period, you know. But if you go on mercenary, which is what I did, then basically what you do is to get your actual White Lion companions that are like sick warriors and stuff, you can either level up your guardian mages because they start off low level and just make them into combat characters. It takes a long time though. They're like my apprentice White Lions. And then for your proper White Lions, you can either recruit actual White Lions and then convert those White Lions into companions. They'll be like super high level, so they'll never be able to level up again, but they'll already start off with like 270 or whatever in all their skills, so they'll just be like super elite. Or what I did as well is did that a couple of times to get a bunch of armor, a bunch of White Lion armor, and then I converted some top tier forest kin, like the horse archer forest kin. They're tier 9, I think. So they basically have like max top set 270 skills, but again they're too high level, so they can't actually like level up or anything. But they're just already beasts, you know. So yeah, I don't know. It depends whether you want to have like dudes that are already beasts, or you want to have like lobies that you can level up and actually make them as good as you like, make them perfect kind of thing, because they'll have more potential. Like if you level them up, if you get the guardian mages and level them up from being total noobs to eventually being like sick warriors, then they'll be the best, because you'll actually be able to get mighty blow on them and stuff, so they get the extra hit points in athletics. But if you just want ready to go White Lions, just hire White Lions and just convert them into White Lions, you know, into characters, you know. Or even better, just do that once or twice to get the armor, and then convert horse archers and put the armor on them. But yeah, I kind of prefer having the lower level characters and doing them. Alright, got a wooden recipe now, so we don't need to worry about smelting ingots anymore. And we'll just keep waiting. We need to get our health back up to 100 again. Yo, hey, Orc. Orc Foo. The Guardian Mages are mages. They're not combat characters at all, but they're super low level. They're just novices. They're noobs. They're like level 10. So they can be whatever you want them to be. But you need them, if you want your white lines to be godlike, then you need them to shield up. So you can run in with 100% physical resist and your white lines can just fucking mow everything down. Yeah, I basically had, yeah, I have like at least 2 or 3 of them, so you got a bit of redundancy in case 1 or 2 of them go down. And then yeah, you get one of them to pop their shield while you pop your shield. And then once your shields wear off, get one of the other ones to pop his shield. You'll be down to only 50% then. And then, but then once yours comes off cooldown, you can pop it again and be back up to 100%. So yeah, but usually you can get most of the fighting done in the first, in the first cooldown. So you're invincible. If it's in the small battles, in the big battles, you're gonna have to keep rotating and not be at full resistance part of the time and stuff. All right. Take my weapon of choice. Drop all that stuff. Still no horses? No. And we'll get rid of our... Alright, let's try and join a... So we get the +5 wins. Actually, no, we'll go this one. So we get +5. Yeah, +5 wins of magic, and we get 15% reduction in cost. And we'll start leveling towards that other wins of magic. I haven't got enough money to buy another spell yet, but as soon as we get some more money, we'll... Where's our army? At the moment. Did they get wrecked? Early game mode, pick 3 weight reductions. Yeah, well, we're gonna have all that shit unlocked. No, like, yeah, we're gonna have everything. We're gonna have everything. So there's no choices. We're gonna have all 15 things unlocked anyway. So you don't need to make any choices at the start. But right now, I don't have any troops, so there's no point having the weight reductions. At the moment, all I'm doing is training. So yeah, so for this super early game, all we want is magic, increased magic ability and reduce costs, because all we're going to do is cast spells. But yeah, once we have our own army, then we'll want the weight reductions. But we will have basically, you're going to be capped on everything all the way until you get to level 30+. So there's no point worrying about skill choices in the early part. You're just going to have everything unlocked anyway. You can't have troops when you're training, John, so there's no point recruiting them. Oh, do they? Are they? Oh, they're sieging though. God damn. Alright, well, let's fight some dudes. Alright, see how our skeletons go. I'm gonna stay back a little bit because they've got archers. I wonder if they'll aim at me or they'll aim at the skeletons. Yeah, with skills, with the super early game perks, it's very much a case of what you're using right now. You don't need to worry about strategizing for the future because you can just respec your points whenever you want, like literally any time. So as long as you're not in battle, obviously. So it's like, yeah. So if I don't have any troops, there's no point in having more troop capacity. You know what I mean? If the only thing I'm doing is casting spells, then I want more magic, obviously. So yeah. But in terms of the long-term strategy, you don't need to worry about it because you're going to have all 15 things unlocked and you'll have extra points that you can't spend as well. So it's like, all right, our dudes are handling business. Yeah, three renown's pretty good. So yes, so someone was telling me they were making pretty good renown by just going around solo with no troops and just summoning and going as like parties that are like much bigger than them and then just soloing to get their renown up. So like, okay, it seems like a pretty legit thing. So if you want to get dark energy, you'll get, after every battle, you'll get like undead troops that you can get to join your party. But if you want to get the dark energy, you can just not hire them. So yeah, or you can hire them and then you get less dark energy. I don't want this uniform. Oh, I got a sumpter horse. Beautiful. I was hoping to get a sumpter horse. Summoning behind them, yeah, that sounds pretty good. I just want to join this fucking army, but I can't because they're sieging. We'll go for, yeah, it's nice we got to 125, so now we can, I guess we can just hang out here and just kill some more dudes while we wait. I'm a Necromancer posing as an Empire soldier. It looks like they're shooting at my skeleton. They from being murdered with arrows at the moment. This oh shit. Okay, no, I'm not that safe. Alright, we'll try to I've got the range to summon behind them at the moment. Do you get increased range with your you get increased range on your summons later on? I didn't actually notice that. Can you zoom out and show the map? Hey Dominator, nah, the map's like too big, you can't even like show it and you can't zoom out that far. I can show you bits of the map. But yeah, it's basically the Warhammer map. Empire State Troops close are low weight, yeah. But yeah, I can show you bits of the map. But yeah, if you're familiar with the Warhammer world, it's the old world. So you basically got Empire, Bretonia, a little bit of the World's Edge Mountains, and the Norska and Kislev, Talea, and a little bit of Darklands is there, but not playable at the moment. I think they plan to add that later. But yeah, well, so yeah, that's as far as you can zoom out. So you can see, oh, actually I've got the map turned around. Yeah. So that's, so this is Kislev and Norska up here. And yeah, we've got Ostermark, there's Karak Kadron, we've got Ostermark, Stirland, Everland, Wissenland. Down here you got a bit of Southern Bretonia, some beastmen down there. There's Athel Aren here, the Wood Elves land. Then you got, yeah, all Bretonia up here. There's the, what's that, the Grey Mountains, the ones in between Bretonia and Empire. And then you've got Western Empire over here, or Northwestern Empire. You've got Middenheim, there's Reichland, Altdorf. Up here you got the Wood Elves, Tor the Thenel, like, which is yeah, those Wood Elves, other Wood Elves. It is playing Vampire Count Human Necro. Yep. Yeah, playing Vampire Count Necromancer, exactly. Yeah, these guys are just doing their thing over there. Alright, well, I guess we'll just go back and blacksmith some more for a while. Wait for these fuckers to finish their business. There might be another rogue lord that's not part of the army that we can join up with. There's not many stealth chest pieces. Oh, there we go. Get that. Very cool though. Oh, you thought I was somebody else. I was like, no idea what the fuck you're talking about. So yeah, there's somebody else. I thought you were just saying I was like a bearded squire, right? Yeah, cool. Yeah, I don't know who that is, sorry. I don't really follow other streamers or anything. Apart from the ones I just randomly have come into contact with, or the ones that I've met through Total War. I'm not really into the whole like social media community thing, you know what I mean? I kind of just like doing my own thing. I know a lot of people are into like networking and co-operating with other people and all that kind of stuff, but yeah, I kind of just prefer to do my own thing. Maybe occasionally do something with people that I've met through this, but not particularly with other YouTubers or anything. Yeah, sometimes we'll play a bit of like, you know, some sort of multiplayer shooter or something with people from my community. Occasionally when a new game comes out, if I get like a free copy and other YouTubers get free copies of the same game and there's no one else to play with apart from the other YouTubers, then I'll like hang out with them. But yeah. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, although it is like a business for me, sort of, it's also more like a hobby as well. So it's like I don't really like doing shit that I don't like doing. Like yeah, I know some people approach it like fully professionally, like it's a job, and even if they hate it, they just do whatever they can to, you know, it's going to grow their channel and make the most money. Whereas I'm like, yeah, if it's not fun, if it's not like what I want to be doing, then it's like not really, you know, like the whole point of doing it for me is to, you know, be having fun, basically, doing what I want to do. And if I can one day make a living from it, that would be amazing. But yeah, if not, that's fine too. Make some money rakes. Well, they're not money rakes really, they're just shit rakes, but just... How's this thing going? I still haven't taken it yet. I'm guessing as soon as that gets taken, then our army should be ready to go. It'll be dandy when you're retired and your pension kicks in. Yeah, hopefully, if there is a pension, if there is any pension by the time I retire. Seems like the world's going to hell by then, but we'll see how we go. It'll be just like Mad Max times by the time I'm retired. The petrol wars will kick in. Well, my Bannerlord experience will come in handy. Hey, you got the build hook unlocked already. Fortuitous. Mad Max without any fuel. Yeah, that's right. Be like road wars, but people will be just like pedaling their bicycles on the roads with lances. "14-hour streams." Yeah, I got to work tomorrow, so no 14-hour stream today, but starting from tomorrow onwards, we might get a few 14-hour streams in. If you're worried about retirement, how about us under 30? Genuinely think Mad Max would be best case scenario. I don't know why you think I'm any better off than you are, crew. At least you're still young enough to adapt to the new alien world of AI that's going to replace everything. I'm too old. I'll just have to die. I'll be used as a human battery or something. Alrighty. We need some more wood. Oh. Oh. Right, how's Ostermark going? Nagenhof, they still haven't taken it. Right, I'll do this, get this money poll unlocked and then go and check it out, see if we can... Oh, here we go. This guy's not in the main army, but we can train with him anyway. Let's see if we can quickly make some build hooks, unlock some recipes. Thankfully, AIs didn't affect my line of work, because rules or whatever they call it now. Yeah. Now, I imagine my kind of office work that I do will probably get replaced mostly with, not fully replaced, but probably be, you know, mostly replaced by AI within 5 or 10 years. And then I'll be unemployed with no skills and no experience, just like your generation. So only I'll be fucking super old. So yeah. It's alright, I'll have my mighty YouTube empire to fall back on though. Alright. Let's see if we can catch up to this lord, if I can. Fuck, I don't know where they are. Here we go. Yep. Right. Well, there was a little bit of a... There we go.
Yours is not a face I know.
What starts tomorrow?
What is your name,
my
stranger?
weekend. My weekend. I work 3 days a week, and the rest of the time I do, the rest of the time I do YouTube. So yeah, the weekend... The YouTube week starts tomorrow. I work Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday this week, so... Alright, cool. Hey, we went up a tier. We're tier 1 now. So yeah, so I want to come back and grab... Have we got 5 medicine yet? Yeah, we've got 5 medicine. Yeah, I might switch to medicine just to get to 75. That way we can heal the enemies and we'll get decent medicine from fighting. Roguery is our other career skill, so I might just lean into that first, just to make sure we're maxing our career skill. Although to be fair, I feel like for Necromancer, your career skill doesn't even really matter that much. I think yeah, leadership and steward are probably like, even though they're not your career skills, they're probably like the best careers for, almost the best skills for Necromancer, because you just have bigger party size. And because of your multiplier, basically whatever party size you have is basically multiplied by 2.5. Yeah, software development is pretty scary already. Software development and like junior lawyers and stuff like that. It's just, yeah, it's such a weird situation because it's like all of the big companies are just jizzing over how fucking awesome it'll be when they can replace all of like 2/3 of their workforce with AI. But the thing is, like, that 2/3 of their workforce that they're going to replace with AI, those are consumers that pay for, that buy their products, you know what I mean? So if every company sacks 2/3 of their employees to make it cheaper to have AI, then that's 2/3 of the population that they won't have as customers anymore. And so they won't have anyone to buy the shit that they're making super cheap with their AI. So it's like the whole system kind of doesn't fucking work anymore once you do that shit. But yeah, guess we'll see how it all works out. But yeah, I think they need to do something like what is it Denmark that did that thing where they put their no, not Deadland, Norway. Yeah, they need to do that thing like Norway where they basically have some sort of tax or something where all of the fabulous wealth that's created gets put into like a fund, or not all of it, but you know, a percentage of it gets put into a fund, which is then used for the betterment of you know, society. But I don't know, that probably sounds a bit too much like communism for a lot of people. But yeah, anyway, probably shouldn't get too much into the politics side of things on a Warhammer store, especially since I'm not, you know, I'm not qualified to talk about these things. I'm qualified to ride around on this horse, summon skeletons, and poke things with my spear. That's what I'm good at. Oh, I almost got something on that spear. My guy's not really an athlete, you know what I mean? He's not good at this spear poking business. Leave that to these other spear jocks with their physical capabilities. I almost hit that troll. I'm getting better at this this melee business. To victory! Software developers actually got growing industry. That's good. Just avoid combat, let them handle it. So yeah, as soon as you get to 75 medicine, that's kind of the minimum that you need. But you know, you can always just power it up a bit more as well. I think I've got enough. Might buy some wood just in case. Can never do any blacksmithing. And, Step light maces have like 1 ingot in them. I reckon simple scimitar probably has 2 or 3. Still got 100% health, so that means we're getting skill ups, which is good. Yeah, this is the one we want. Doctor's Oath gives you medicine skill for enemies dying. So that way, we will, even though we won't get medicine from our own guys dying, we'll get medicine when the enemies die. We'll keep leveling it up. Not sure if I want to pump medicine or maybe a spellcraft. Maybe I'll just leave it. So yeah, I'll leave medicine at 75. We'll just switch back to spellcraft. Yeah, we can do some roguery as well. Get our +1 wins of magic capacity. Can you become a lich or something? You can you can get drunk. You can get bitten by the by necrarchs and turn into a necrarch or some sort of vampire, but you can't become a lich, no. Yeah, that's what I understand as well, Necromancer. That's what I've heard also. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it'd be interesting. I'm kind of hoping I'm still around when the AI stuff comes in at my work, because it'd be interesting to see how it all plays out. But yeah, I can imagine like with my role, it'll, you know, they probably have like 1 or 2 people like doing the job of, you know, 5 or 10 people with AI assistants. But yeah, I reckon it'd be quite, I don't know, be quite interesting to be part of integrating that stuff, like figuring out how to set up the system and everything. Not so much on a technical side, but from the operational side, from like, you know, knowing how everything works and stuff, and like working with the AI and stuff. But yeah. This is an advocate for Skynet, yeah. Yeah, well, that's the thing. I guess because I've been around for so long and I'm so experienced, like, I'd probably be a good person to be the one to, you know, like help set it up on the non-IT side, you know. Yeah. It'd be interesting to see how they go about it, though. One thing I just hope is that they like don't make it so that they don't like make it so it's basically unlocked. It's basically kind of locked and you can't really train it. Like, so obviously they'll train it, then they'll release it to us to use operationally. And then, you know, you want to be able to like then train it, fine tune the training, you know, to make it not shit or whatever. But I don't know, if I was the management, I'd want to like limit the amount that the users could train it in case they like fuck up all your training that you've done or whatever. But then at the same time, if you don't let the end user be able to train it more as well, or, you know, modify it, then what's the fucking point, you know what I mean? Then it's going to be just really annoying and dumb. Yeah, it's funny, a lot of the AI stuff, because it's like a lot of the AI stuff is basically just the same as like training junior employees, you know, like when somebody new comes to work and they get put through the induction and the basic training and shit like that, but then when they go and actually try and do it, like they just have no fucking idea what they're doing, you know what I mean? Because none of it really makes sense in the real world and stuff. And there's so many different bespoke situations that you come across that aren't covered in the training and all that kind of stuff. So it's like, you know, and then like you see managers, like junior people ask managers for advice of what they should do, and then the manager will give them advice, but not necessarily, you know, they'll just literally tell them they do this, but they won't necessarily go through the thought process of what the junior employees' thought process is having and how they're making their decisions and all that kind of stuff. And so then that leads to the junior employee going off and fucking up again in a different way, because they've just been doing what they've just doing literally what they've been told without really understanding what they're doing, you know what I mean? Like, and it's all this kind of the same problems that you would have with AI as well. So it's kind of interesting, like, yeah. Yeah, it's like, well, that's the thing. Like, a lot of companies are super into the AI thing and trying to figure out how they can implement it. A lot of other companies are a bit more like, you know, cautious but investigating it, you know. Some are just throwing caution to the wind and just like chucking the AI in there or whatever. But yeah, but I guess there's probably like that as well, like McCrindy smear, yeah. I guess there's still companies around that are like, no, we're not letting AI anywhere near our system, you know. Yeah, I think like banks and stuff like that, like that have really big integrated systems that are super hard to upgrade because they're integrated into so many things. I wouldn't be surprised if the banking system like stays kind of not really AI for a long time. But having said that, I'm sure that they'll fully integrate AI into their customer service and stuff like that, like as soon as possible, you know, like the stuff that doesn't directly, you know what I mean? But no one's going to give AI like free access to moving money around in big accounts and all that kind of shit, you know. Like, but they might. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see how quickly they can integrate. Because I know, yeah, banks I think in particular tend to have like really old. Even if they have new systems, they have like really old non-integrated systems and shit as well and stuff like that. Banking and airline internal systems run on code from the 80s because everyone's been scared to change it. Yeah. Attack! Yeah, I think there'd be a lot of industries like that where, you know, they can't, like, they try and update it, but then all their vendors' systems will get fucked up, and then, you know, everything is integrated with other stuff, and it's too hard to upgrade it basically because there's too many interconnected things and stuff. And too many security things that you can't get verified, and it just makes it like, yeah. Yeah, I'm starting to run into more of those like AI phone answering things. But yeah, even if they can't like, even if the AI can't handle it, can't help you, they can, you know, usually, they can't solve your problem, they can usually like help direct you to the right area or whatever. Maybe a little bit smoother than the old systems. Alright, well we've used all of our winds of magic. Now I don't really want to be here anymore because I'm trying to get training, I'm not trying to get wounded. Try and retreat. Who else there? Everyone! No, I haven't, sorry, prototypes. Yeah, you been enjoying it? I'm just hiding so I don't get damaged. Maybe we can ride up a bit closer. My horse is slow as shit. Thanks for the spell. And there's a lot of arrows flying out. Oh man, this guy's gonna shoot me in the head for sure. If I get right next to the bottom here, do you reckon they'll be able to shoot me? Alright, now let's try and summon up, I was hoping we could summon a thing up on the... I'll like try and summon him up on the wall. Oh yeah! I pushed that guy out. Man, am I just like crushing through blocks with my sword? That's pretty cool. Am I getting one-handed skill from this? Nah, you should get one-handed skill when you control your dude. I feel like he's pretty effective with this crappy sword. Died. Yeah, that was pretty cool. Be good if it would let me no, I gotta go back in again. You can also aim into windows. Yeah, nice. It was nearly over before. They would have had it done pretty soon. So yeah, this is a situation where you want the RTS camera, so you can just fast forward. But yeah, like I kind of been resisting using the RTS mod because yeah, I use I play RTS a lot with Total War Warhammer, so I kind of like this to just be limited, I guess. Yo. Practicing my Lancer skills. Ah. Ah. Hey, I nailed it. Maybe I can be a knight. No. Hey. Hey. The trees keep dodging. Pity I don't get any skill from doing that. Yeah, I need a bow and arrow. Your name is Husky Gang and you like huskies, is that the gist? Oh, fuck off. My horse! No! No! I'm gonna throw my weapons away and just be sad now. Right, maybe I'll have a shield. No, no shield. I'm gonna walk into the catapult fire now. Also, we've got, like, my health is damaged, so now I can't get skill ups either. So that sucks. Try and eat this arrow. Ooh. I really only use the RTS camera when I give commands. I think the vanilla mode for making formations is a little clunky. Yeah, no, that's kind of the point I was trying to say. Like, the RTS mode is heaps better for controlling your troops on the battlefield. You know, you can just even zoom up, see a bird's eye view, move all your characters around the same as you would in Total War. But that's what I'm saying. I've been resisting it because I kind of don't want that. I want to do that in Total War, and when I do this, I want it to be like more of an immersive role-playing experience where I'm just playing as myself. And if I can't effectively order my troops around and it turns into a chaotic mess and everyone dies, that's kind of cool, you know? Like, I'm not really trying to do it like for maximum efficiency. I'm trying to do it for maximum like immersion, you know what I mean? And I kind of feel like the RTS camera will make it more like an RTS game and less like a first-person RPG kind of thing. But your mileage may vary. Yeah, so now I've got to wait another 10 days with no skill ups. Kind of sucks. Yeah, I'm kind of annoyed that they made this 25 days. It's just way too long, I reckon. They should make it like 10 days or something. So that way you can't like jump in and jump out immediately, but you're not just like stuck in there for like a month every time. Hopefully we'll heal up again in time to get some Is there any way to change troops with other lords? I'm not really sure what you mean, sorry, Husky Gang. You can recruit your own troops, and you mean exchange troops? You can't exchange troops with other lords normally, but if you're like the king or whatever, and you've got other and you make a party out of one of your companions, and then you put them in an army, you can talk to them and give them their own troops, and you can trade. So yeah, if that's what you mean, yeah, you can exchange troops with your own parties. But I don't have any parties at the moment, and I don't have any troops, and my parties don't have any troops because I don't have any parties. But if I did have some parties and I had some troops and they had some troops, we could exchange troops. I'm loving the graphical update of 1.3. It's pretty nice. What's going on here? Check out the ghosts, they look pretty spooky. Ah, nearly. That was my chance at glory. Screwed up. Check out how good our skeletons are, they can't even take those guys out. The mission here is to try not to take any more damage. Yeah, I'm still not really sure what spells are best for my mage companions and stuff. I tried out Chillwind. Chillwind seems pretty crap now. Seer, the Bright Wizard wind spell, seems pretty crap as well. I don't know if maybe like Fireball and stuff like that would be maybe a decent way to go. I don't know what you're talking about, sorry, Acno Rich. you're talking about, yeah, you're talking about how, like, basically there's going to be, like, super demand, because it gets cheaper, but there'll be, like, super demand, and so that makes it more expensive, and blah, blah. But yeah, there's like high demand for companies to get like really good AI, but that really good AI is super expensive. Jesus Christ. Just getting wrecked by this knight. And yeah, I guess like, but there'll be some kind of like cheap, local, crappy version of AI that'll be available for the public. The initial numbers in Apocalypse are actually opposite. I don't know. I don't really reckon that really represents anything, because there's like basically a big bubble. Well, maybe it's a bubble, maybe it's not a bubble, but there's a big AI bubble at the moment, which means there's massive demand for everybody wanting to like pump out heaps of software to take advantage of how amazingly rich everyone's going to get from the AI and all that shit. And so that's why there's so much demand for developers right now. But all that demand for developers is not. Like a lot of that demand for developers right now, I would imagine, is not for real, actual like demand. It's for expected demand. You know what I mean? Like they're developing all this shit to hopefully make shitloads of money in the future, but there isn't necessarily that demand for it yet, for all of it yet. You know, so it's like I don't know. Yeah, and also like once the shit's all built, yeah, will the demand stay? Like there, like will there still be like a constant need for iteration and improvement, or once you've kind of already built all of the AI to do all the basic stuff, like, you know, then will demand hugely drop off? It's like, you know, like will there be like a 10 or 15 year period where there's a lot of changeover development that goes on, but then after that it's like, you know, because at the moment like everything needs to be developed for AI, but once everything's done, then like you just need a little bit of like improvement. You don't need to, like, you know, so I don't know, but yeah. So yeah, anyway, my point is like, yeah, I don't know if like if there's more jobs in AI in development, and it's like you see, if it's like you say like 20% or 100% increase in jobs in the development market, that's still like a tiny small amount of jobs in terms of the entire job market. So it doesn't really, you know what I mean? But yeah, but it's a good point. It's interesting, and I didn't know about that, so that's interesting. Thanks for sharing. Yeah, I didn't know that there was actually more jobs in development. But yeah, but like I said, it's a bit probably harder for new people to break into it. I got a friend who's got an IT degree, a recent IT degree, you know, early 20s, and yeah, she's, you know, having trouble finding a job. All of her friends that are in, you know, developers and stuff basically have had their teams reduced in size and stuff. But that was, well, I haven't spoken to her about it recently, but that was, you know, as of like 6 months ago, a year ago, whatever. Surely haven't got any stamina left yet. We can make it a little bit. How close are we? Yeah, no. Yeah, so we're wounded again, so we got to wait till we get back up again so we can actually get healed. I think I'm gonna blacksmith until I get 10,000 gold so I can buy a healing spell this time, because it's pretty frustrating trying to train and getting injured halfway through and then wasting the rest of the time not being able to train. Oh, and we're not inside the town? Where are we? Yeah, we're in the town. How come I'm not getting my points back? That's weird. Do you believe in Elon Musk's theory of the age of abundance where AI will make money meaningless? Yeah, the stamina totally refreshes while you're healing. Well, maybe unless they changed it, it always used to. Stamina only refreshes when you're in a settlement though, resting in a settlement. If you, like while I'm riding around on the map like this, it doesn't refresh. Unless you're a runesmith. Runesmiths refresh their stamina all the time, even when they're not in a settlement. But yeah, in terms of do I believe Elon Musk's theory about age of abundance, I don't really believe in anything. It just, you know, it seems, I mean, it's a possibility, sure. If you mean, do I have faith? Do I believe? Nah. But yeah, maybe one day. Who knows? But yeah, I feel like in the short term, it's going to be a bit of an upheaval period. But hopefully, hopefully the governments are able to like manage it effectively enough that it doesn't, it's not as hectic as stuff that has happened in the past in history. We're back to 100% now, so I was going to leave. It's actually, this is good now, so we're over 25%, because we're over 25 days. That means now we're 100%, so I'm training up nicely. But also, if we get wounded again, we can just instantly leave, go and heal up, come back in. Regulating AI is one of the few bipartisan things in the US right now. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, I hope they yeah, it'd be really weird if the governments weren't like really aware of AI and trying to be involved in it. I haven't really heard too much about it in Australia yet. He's a businessman, not a philosopher. Yeah. Yeah, so my magic's still powering up. If you want to see some action in this stream, like if you're watching the VOD, you might want to just skip ahead a bit more, another hour or so. Yeah, I'm just trying to basically just power up my medicine as much as my my spellcraft as much as possible. Actually, I might do some roguery for a bit. Get that up as well. Just because the low levels are really fast, so it's every 3 points of this is 1 extra hit point for our guy. So we can yeah, just quickly get another 100 hit points for our, or another 50 hit points for our Harbinger. Do you reckon the Harbinger loses health too fast? The main thing I would want from the Harbinger is, yeah, for it to be more badass and for you to be able to put enchantments on the Harbinger's armor, or for the or more probably realistically, if you put enchantments on your own armor and your own armor enchants would work on the Harbinger whenever the Harbinger was out. That'd be really cool. Because enchantment is like kind of the coolest new thing that's been added, you know, and it'd be really cool if you could actually use that on your Harbinger as well. Yeah, we will want to use a gun to get to 100. Like people were saying. Actually, I should probably put a point in blacksmithing at some point, shouldn't I? Alright, we're probably going to get wounded now. Oh, actually, I've got 10k, so if we can survive this and get into a town, then I can actually buy, buy a healing spell. Although, it might be good to buy some companions as well. Oh yeah, so does anyone know what's a good spell to give you a vampire companion so they can level up their spellcraft? And so they can do a lot of damage in combat? Because yeah, Chillwind used to be the go-to because they could just have unlimited range and perfect targeting and stuff. But now it's got like no range and it doesn't do that much damage and it seems pretty shit. So yeah, I'm not really sure what's good for vampire magic now. Chillwind's the wind spell that they start off with when you first hire them. It's not a homing missile. It's a wind spell, like a breath weapon kind of thing that does little. Gaze in the gash is pretty crap. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I want to get into some enchantment and see if we can like. I don't know. I'm not sure if they get the same. I'm not sure what enchantments necromancers get. Actually, I might go talk to the necromancer guy, to the enchantment guy, and find out. Because yeah, the Empire Wizards get like an enchantment that puts +3 winds of magic on your gear, so you can get like 5 armor pieces, so you get like +15 winds of magic. It's pretty cool. I mean, pretty cool in the early game anyway. There's an enchantment that raises 3 Graveguard for every melee kill you do with your Necromancer. Yeah, it'd be good if you could get. See, it'd be good if you could get that on your Harbinger, right? It's a bit useless on your Necromancer though. Well, not useless, but you know, it'd be better if it was on your Harbinger. But yeah, I'm kind of into this idea of making a melee Necromancer. But you kind of want to go endurance for that. Also, we can't get that 100% physical resist shield like you can for non-vampire wizards. Going to use all my winds of magic to summon as many undead as I can, and then go and get the Harbinger going. Oh, so you do get medicine skill when your own. Yeah, so that's the thing. You get medicine when your units die. That's what kind of makes me think that even though they're not wounded, they're just coming back to life or something. But yeah, I don't know. See, my medicine skill goes up every time my guys die, but they still die there, I guess. Actually, actually, you do see them get wounded sometimes. There you go. See, got my horse archer got wounded. Whatever. Archer got wounded. Yeah, maybe I don't know. See, a few of them are getting wounded. I wonder if those ones that are getting wounded are vampires or something. Oh shit. Did the wrong thing. Does his health pause while you go out? No, so he still keeps losing health even when you're not controlling it. Yeah, his health just goes down super fast. Seems pretty shit. It'd be good if you could eventually get him to the point where he didn't lose health at all. yeah, it'd be good also if you're so I'm gonna spellcraft when I'm gonna spellcraft when my undead minions like attack in melee or something. Is that what's going on? A lot of medicine knowledge came from death. Yeah, that's true. Have you seen the enchantment that the greenskins can get that does 400% damage if you backstab the enemy? I think the high elves get one that gives you like 20% or 40% extra backstab damage as well. Yeah, I should go and buy a gun at some point too, I guess. Wonder if they're still firing their artillery. Looks like our guys are inside the walls. Sounds nice. See if we could find a bow and arrow, that would be really good. There we go. All right, here we go. Now we're in action. Where's my bow? Oh, I think I dropped my bow to pick up my arrows or something. I need some bullets. I got a sick gun. I've got one bullet. Oh, I missed. God damn it. That was my one bullet. I need to find an ammo pouch. there he is. There was one there. Oh, there it is. Oh, fuck off. I'm trying to get stabbed, but I'm also trying to get some. Damn it. God damn it. Protect me, minions! There's ammo patches to be had. Yeah, I'm trying to get 100, I'm trying to get 100 gunpowder so I can get my free discipline point. No, you can't restock guns. You can only restock bows and crossbows. Oh. And still, filthy Sterlingers. As soon as we win this, I should be able to go in and get a healing spell, I think. Oh, actually, no, it might be 25,000 for the healing spell. No, yeah, I'll probably have to leave and make some money.
Your help was...
Nice. Alright, let's look to Lord.
It's been a while.
Actually, as long as they stay in the town, we can stay with them. As soon as they leave, though, yeah. Thank you, sir. Yeah, see, we did get a little bit of stamina back while we were hireling, but only when we were staying in town. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I should still try to go for the 8-10, like 8 magic 10 medicine thing up, breakdown. Might be hard to get our medicine maxed out there. Or we could go for the endurance combat necro. just heal back up again. We finally got to 25. Took a while because we didn't have any blacksmithing skill. We should be able to quickly make some money, buy some companions, and get rolling. $200 pole arm recipe is good, yeah. The money rake. The money pole is good too if you're trying to level up. But you need to go to Orc lands and get some tribesmen throwing daggers for ingots. This one's good for just convenient money making. Well, the billhook's good for unlocking the money rake, but then the money rake is good for just convenient money making from wood. Yeah, but if you want to make really good money and also have a really high level thing that's good for leveling up, the money pole is the best one. So you go long glaive head, tier 4 eastern double spear wings, and tier 3 reinforced long pine shaft. This is actually mid-level. It's still not even super high level. It's only 211. But yeah, that'll make like, I don't know, if you got a bit of trade, it'll make like 4 times as much as the money rake, but you have to use fine steel and steel. But it's such a it's so much higher level that it'll like help you level up really fast. Or if you're trying to like level up fast, you can make all your companions make these and then have your main character smelt them. Once you get high level, you can smelt super efficiently and just smelt millions of these per day and just power up your skills, you know. So it's pretty good. But yeah, but this is not good enough to be able to make legendaries. So if you want to make legendaries, then yeah, you got to put a tier 4 butt on there, like that or something. But yeah, that makes it use more ingots. Yeah, you can put a tier 3 butt on there if you want to not use any more good ingots. I'm not sure if that'll get you to legendary though, maybe. But yeah, that's just a bit more scalability if you want to make yeah, you still use the rake theory, but the advanced version. So yeah, I still think that the vampires are the best. How cool does she look? She's got a cool new haircut. The faces aren't the best, but the are they 20,000 or 25? I think it's 25,000. She's actually not even that ugly. Most of the vampire chicks look real bad, real feral. 20,000. Okay, we can probably almost afford her. A necromancer. All our necromancer needs is a sweet vampire-esque harem, and then his life will be complete. Close. Nearly. She's still there. She's gonna disappear. Like just as I get the money, she'll be gone. Murphy's Law. Can we sell? What about our clothes? No. No, we got nothing that's worth anything. Worthless. Whoa, Lionheart just raided us with 138 people on Twitch. Better chuck a shout out to Lionheart. Help him out. Small family business. Thanks so much for the raid, Lionheart. Appreciate it, buddy. And yeah, welcome everyone coming over from Lionheart stream. Are you guys playing some Bannerlord tonight, or are you playing one of your other games? Yeah, I just wanted to check out the Necromancer because the Necromancer got a few little updates and stuff in the new update. If you guys weren't playing this on Lionheart stream, and maybe you're not aware, but a new update came out for Old Realms, the War in the Mountains, which adds dwarfs and greenskins to the Warhammer mod for Bannerlord. So yeah, so we're playing the Necromancer today. The Necromancer's got a few new things we were just showing off before. So this is the manual. This is the Old Realms manual, so you can look up all the different perks and stuff. Excuse me. So yes, this is the new Necromancer upgraded. So the main kind of highlights, I guess, are this thing: 20% reduced party weight of lesser undead troops. So the old Necromancer used to get plus party size, like you had plus 100, plus 200 party size. You could have like 600 party size or whatever. And now what they do is you get minus 20, and minus 20. So you end up getting minus 60 party weight for lesser undead troops. So basically, instead of having increased party size, whenever you do increase your party size, instead of having like 1 extra guy, essentially 2.5 extra guys. So the Necromancer can basically have a huge army of undead. Plus you can summon new undead once you get into battle and stuff. Also, I think they slightly buffed the Harbinger. I think the Harbinger is a little bit tougher now. So basically you can summon an undead champion, you can possess the undead champion and fight as him, and then you can also, later on, you can get the ability to swap back and forth. So you can summon him, then swap back to Necromancer, cast a spell, swap back to your undead champion, melee a little while, and kind of swap back and forth. But yeah, just I don't know, it's not so much about the tweaks to the class, it's sort of more about the enjoying the Necromancer with all the other new updates that have come out. So yeah, I just wanted to kind of check out the Necromancer and yeah, just like kind of enjoy that kind of army building, backline caster kind of vibe of the Necromancer. At the moment, we're just making some money so we can hire some companions and buy our spells. We're kind of pretty early in the game. We got past the super early part, I'd say, but now we're just got to make a little bit of money. Just making some money rakes. Hopefully I can get this money before this vampirist disappears. I feel like I'm not going to make it. 1800. I just need, yeah, one more day. Hopefully she'll hang out for one more day. But yeah, I don't know. Hopefully some of you guys are interested in some Bannerlord. If you are, you're welcome to hang around. Yeah, does if anyone from Lionheart's chat, was Lionheart playing Bannerlord, or was he playing something else? Oh, we lost our Vampirist, but we got a different one, so we're good now. I think she should hang around for like a week or so. So I think we're guaranteed to get her. So I think we're good now. Still short. One more day. Yeah. With no trade skill, the money rakes are not very, not super lucrative. Lionheart was a dwarf in the Old Realms. Oh, nice. Yeah, I've been trying out all the dwarf characters as well. Was he doing Slayer, Ironbreaker, or Runesmith? I feel like the Runesmith is probably like the most well put together class out of the three, but I've been playing a bit more Slayer lately, and I've been quite enjoying that as well. Ironbreaker is cool too. I think just dwarfs in general, because their troops are so strong and they've got kind of the updated mechanics and stuff. But yeah, the Rune Priest seems to have the most. Everything kind of works together really well. There's Ironbreaker kind of just seems like I don't know, it just seems kind of normal. Like it doesn't seem like does anything amazingly cool. But I don't know, maybe I didn't delve into it enough. I like heavily armored dudes that are really tough though, so the Ironbreaker appeals to me. Do you want to get a point in writing so we can be a horseman? Not knowledgeable enough to answer that? Oh, okay, nice. Was his character like a naked guy with tattoos just running in, throwing and axing people? Or was he like a super heavily armored guy, maybe with a gun standing back? Or was he dropping like a big, or was if he was a runesmith, he'd drop a big anvil and cast spells? Basically, it's like casting spells, being a naked psychopath, or just being like a heavily armored, probably gunner with a big shield. Armored with a gun. Okay, so he's not a Slayer. Definitely not a Slayer. Probably an Ironbreaker, or maybe a runesmith with a gun. He's doing Ironbreaker, gun, axe, and shield. Oh, nice, nice. Was yeah, what I played like one stream of Ironbreaker or two streams of Ironbreaker, but I didn't really. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Nothing about it really jumped out at me as being like amazingly cool compared to the runesmith and the Slayer. Yeah, did Lionheart find anything that he thought was especially cool about the Ironbreaker? All right, let's hire our first companion. Yeah, I think probably the coolest thing, one of the coolest things about the dwarfs is just recruiting a heap of Ironbreakers and just watching them blow the shit out of everything with their satchel charges. I think mostly the lore of the Ironbreaker. I've done some Ironbreaker and Slayer is superior in my opinion. My Empire Merc campaign got screwed up yesterday at level 28. No, no. The Slayer's just fun. Like I'm just loving like running in berserk and trying to kill as many dudes as I can before I die, and then just have my Ironbreakers just kill everything after I'm dead. They have a career skill. You get 50% for Ironbreakers to not use ammo when throwing. Yeah, and the Ironbreakers throwing is really, really strong. So yeah, that's probably that's probably like that probably is the strongest thing about them, I'd say. The 50%, yeah. Because the satchel charges are super strong, and with that 50% chance to not lose them, you know, they'll just keep throwing them forever, basically. You know, they'll just keep slowing down. The amount that they'll throw out will slow down more and more and more, but there'll be one guy that just keeps rolling that 50% and just never stops throwing charges, you know. So yeah, you can imagine they'll just last forever, basically. My Corn Lord that I named after you just won a valiant battle. Thanks, Drescher. I'm honored. Yeah, well, yourself getting more ammo would be really good, because I think the satchel charges have like 5 charges or something, and you can probably get like +3 or something, so you can probably, yeah, get heaps. Get heaps. Yeah, I might do the same thing with my own breaker too. Oh, I don't know. Like you could almost get away with not having a melee weapon because there's always some dead dude's melee weapon on the ground, you know? Just have a shield. Just have a shield, satchel charges, a gun, and ammo. And then once you throw all your satchel charges, just pick up one of your Dowie Brothers axes and go to town with that. Alright, we need to leave. And go somewhere else that's got, really like old right. Oh, Empire handgun. There you go. So that's probably, I reckon that's about the highest levels weapon you can probably just about get. Empire handgun. You might be lucky and be able to find something slightly better, but yeah, you won't be able to find any of like the actual good weapons. Oh yeah, actually you can get, there's a perk you can get in throwing that gives your troops a +1 ammo or something, isn't there? So what do they normally have? The Ironbreakers have like 2 charges by default? Like 1 or 2 charges, I think? Sure. I really like these veils. Oh, she doesn't have a veil. That's just her face. What happens when you put a helmet on it? Oh, it just gets rid of it. Cool. That's pretty cool. Their faces are pretty bad, so it's probably for the best. Are you amped in raids for naval? Are you amped for naval raids in vanilla when the beta is done? I was playing the beta, so yeah, I'm not really waiting for the beta to end. But I haven't tried it out yet, though. I started a character, but I haven't really played it much. I mean, yes, I am hyped for it, but not more hyped than I am for Old Realms. Like, because that's why I'm currently playing Old Realms. You know, I started a new character on the beta so I could try it out, and I kind of just lost interest and went back to Old Realms before I even got to the point where I actually did any of the raids. So yeah, when I do a proper vanilla run, I will be definitely interested in getting into that though. But yeah, it's not enough to make me not want to play Old Realms though. Not quite. Yeah, so we need to get 3 more companions, and then buy some spells. I'm gonna get the companions first because the more companions we have, the faster that we make money. I'm not sure if I should bother with trade or not. Like 3 points. I mean, I'm not sure if we really need it. I don't think we need any more necromancers because we've already got, you know, ourselves as a necromancer. That like refine all button's pretty good. There's no smith all button, but you can just do that. Press oh yeah, did I tell you, Anthony, you can left click on the OK button and you can also press enter to do OK. So you spam left click and you spam enter at the same time to just instantly smith everything. Slowly save a bit more money. Be good if we could be getting spellcraft at the same time. Gonna start a vanilla, but want to wait till stable. Been doing Old Realms now. I'm back in Realm of Thrones for a while. Okay, nice. Is did with the Old Realms with the Realm of Thrones they brought in the this naval combat in Realm of Thrones. Did they I was waiting for them to update the Ironborn to give them like Mariner and stuff, because I want to do an Ironborn playthrough, but I don't want my Ironborn to be like, you know, shitty landlubbers. I want them to be like elite Nords. Glade Lords make javelins penetrate units. Yeah, nice. I wonder if the Glade Lord would make a good good blade war dancer. I think like the best war dancer is still a merc with like metal wizard, merc metal wizard, so you can you know, put physical resistance on yourself. Actually, is there a spell that makes you faster? Is there a spell? There's no spell that you can get that makes you faster, is there? I mean, there is for undead, I think, but I don't know if there is for anyone else. There's ones that you can get to slow the enemies. But yeah, basically, if you could get a spell that made you run faster and gave you another spell that gave you like 50% physical resist, that'd be pretty good. You have an enchantment that makes javelins do AoE. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I want to get like heaps of physical resist, a spell that increases my foot speed, and an enchantment that has a chance to proc that makes me run faster. So that basically and swing faster. So basically, you're just kind of running around, and every now and again you soup up and go super fast. I want to get something like that for my Slayer as well, so he can just go berserk even more. He already goes pretty berserk anyway, but. Yeah, but for if you want to do an Elven War Dancer, I think that'd be pretty good. They're pretty hard to land. Why is it hard to land? Oh, because you throw them. There's no targeting reticule or whatever, or because they drop off. There's a big drop off. You got to throw them really high. Once you get more skill, you can probably throw them more flatter. They'll probably shoot faster and be easier to land. Just got to get your throwing skill up. Maybe go Javelin to get your throwing skill up first and then switch to Satchel Charges, or is your skill already going up super fast? I imagine Satchel Charges would level your throwing pretty fucking fast, because they would just be hitting heaps of stuff at once. Which one's better for leveling, the Satchel Charges? Yeah, but once you switch to such charges, are you noticing that the leveling it up is way faster than using the javelin, or is the javelin still good? Oh yeah, you gotta level control. Yeah, just so level up your blacksmithing and then and blacksmithing and athletics. Put 2 extra points into control, so then you'll have 4 points in control and 5 points in the ability. So you should be able to get it up to about 230. Yeah, about 230. That's enough to get the 225 perk. Should be pretty, you know, pretty good. Right, can we get anything cool? Actually, we can outfit our lady. Give us some lighter weight armor. Leather van braces, super lightweight. Some moderate armor. Reinforced suede boots, fairly light boots. That's pretty cool. There's a male vampire. That would do the job, but we need to go get some more money from somewhere. Let's go to Eisenthal. We've got 12,000. We can sell. Also, we can sell this other vampire's armor. Should be able to get a bit of money from that. Beautiful. I'll take those leather embraces myself. Your job is in the way? I don't know. vampire, and then we can make it more money. Alright, this bad boy. Another vampire, nice. Alright, so we'll get this guy and we'll get rid of this gear. Get him some cheap stuff. Cheap lightweight armor that will help him regen his winds of magic really fast so he can lay down the pain. Pretty good. It's pretty low, pretty high regen rate. A little bit painful. If we normally I would level into put points into blacksmithing, so we'd be able to blacksmith and I put points into trade, so that we'd be able to sell the blacksmithing stuff for a lot more money. But at the moment we've got, you know, very paltry, so we're just kind of like slowly getting enough money to buy these companions. They're really expensive companions, so it's a little bit slow. But oh yeah, let's talk to the alchemist. What enchantments can we get? Oh, we can't talk to, right, we gotta go to a vampire alchemist. This guy, because this Isotoll is normally an empire town, it's just been taken over by vampires, so that means that it doesn't have the notables that we need to talk to. Crap. I think Waldenoff is natively vampire land, so take that back. We should be able to. Here we go. Lumpia. Charge! See if I can get my gun skill up a little bit. Without, potentially without dying. No. Fuck. Can't hit shit. Nearly. A decent amount of renown for a little battle. Alright, we'll go to this other town and we're going really
Another fool into
we're going really slow because we're overburdened.
Horsemen, follow me! Foot charge! Attack!
I just says change out her shoulders. I'll have to shoot something. Oh, these guys don't have any ranged. Nice.
Victory!
Still something weird going on with the AI of mounted troops. They just kind of charge off without you telling them to and stuff. What's going on with that? Steward's going up a little bit now that I've got some troops and some food. Well, I've got two companions, but they still count as troops. Yeah, got to make like a shield wall. Put myself, sorry, a square formation. Put myself in the middle of it, and then have my so I'm protected. And then oh, there's another Lani Countess, a blonde one this time. I wouldn't mind killing those cultists. Practice my gun skill a little bit more. Beautiful. Alright, get another vampire into our posse. Oh yeah, so you haven't been playing Ironborn in old old Realm of Thrones? You don't know what the current state of the Ironborn is? Yeah, new vampire, give her perk. And we'll upload some of her gear. Shoulders are too heavy. And we'll give her the light hat, light vambraces. And some kind of reinforced suede boots. Right, so we got butter, cheese, already got grain, meat, already got beer. One trade skill because I sold something that I'd bought. I wonder if a Waldenoff blacksmith would do alright. Another vampire. Alright, one of our minions has gone up a level. I suppose I should give her spellcraft. Oh yeah, Waldenoff, so we can go talk to the Necromancer now, so... Who's the guy? Maybe we just talk to this Magister. Hey, Sam, how are you going? Live from work, have a nice day, Mercy. Thanks, well it's nicer now, thanks for the prime sub, appreciate it. And hope you're having a good day at work. Hope my Necromancer's keeping you company. Alright, so we've got Bonds of Darkness, 5% bonus to magic damage, summon 3 Crypt Warriors for every enemy felled in melee. So that one's pretty cool. Only costs 3,000 gold. What else we got? 10% damage to... Wait up, didn't I just buy that? -5 physical resistance, 33% extra spell radius, 15 extra magic damage, recover 1 hit point for every instance of damage dealt in melee, triggers when below 50% health. Okay, cool. So we can get so we can get basically vampirism. When we're below 50% health, we can like go around getting a hit point, get a hit point back every time we do damage. Cover hit point for every instance of damage dealt in melee. Yeah, nice. So if you could get like a cleaving two-hander that could hit 2 or 3 units at a swing, you could be getting back 3 or 4 hit points per swing through a drinker of blood. That'd be pretty nice. Uh, 15% chance to reduce attack speed of nearby enemies when you take damage. 5% physical resistance upon receiving 5% physical resistance, and upon receiving range damage, you get 50% range damage immunity for a short time. That's the law of dark magic. So we need to have our vampires level up to be able to get. They got at 225 dark magic, so it's a lot of leveling. That's Night Shroud. No, that's Ethereal Whispers. Yeah, that's pretty good though. 25% extra magic damage. Range shots reduce physical resistance of target. 5% extra swing speed. Each blow has a 10% chance to deal extra 20 damage. 10 extra winds of magic, but minus 10% physical resistance. 15 extra magic damage, so you can just make your weapons do heaps of extra damage. Chance to slow enemies. 20% extra shield HP, 8% extra physical resistance. Yeah, we want to get that. Uh, 10% chance to send out a damaging wave of magic with each strike. Each wave drains 2 hit points from the wearer. That's interesting though. I wonder if the wave hits somebody, if that counts as melee damage. Because if it does, you know, you could drain 2 hit points, then pop out a wave that hits like 50 guys, and get what do you call it? Yeah, get your health back. Is that how it works? Is does the wave from Crimson Blood trigger Drinker of Blood? But yeah, but do you only heal from the strike, or do you heal from the wave hitting 50 guys at once? %5 bonus to the magic damage and 4 extra winds of magic, so you can put that on. Oh, I don't know, is that a weapon? Do you reckon it's a weapon one or an armor one? Heal by strike. Oh, okay, so you need a cleaving weapon so you can hit 2 or 3 enemies at once to be able to make up your hit points that you're losing. Yeah, if the wave healed you, like for every enemy that the wave hit, then it would be pretty OP. Oh wow, we can get that straight away. That's so gay. I mean, not gay, but you know what I mean? It's just like, seems a bit excessive. Oh, no, you need 5. But it's still, 5 arcane scrolls is not that hard to get. So I imagine that this crashes the game when you get over max level. Like if you're in a small battle where you're nowhere near the max entity size, it's probably okay. But if you're in a big battle where you're when normally you wouldn't be able to summon because you'd be over the max entity size, this will let you just summon over the max entity size and blow up your game. I'm guessing that's what's going on. I'll give it to all of my oh, I crashed in a town. Maybe the town just doesn't work with it or something. So it's taken a while to get these companions. One of my vampires won the tournament. Got me 3 renown there. You sir. Nah, I won't let you post the link there, sorry John. You can post it on the in the Discord. You can post it in the Discord channel, the Bannerlord Discord channel on my Discord, Sean. But yeah, I haven't really had any crashes since the last update, so I've been pretty happy. The update before this one, I was getting heaps of crashes all the time, and it was kind of sucking. But I might actually wear those. Get my Necromancer vibe on. But yeah, it's been super stable the last 2 or 3 days. I haven't really had any crashes, or very few. It's been good. Granted, I haven't been running around spamming freaking Necromancer summons from my sword strikes. Called Crash Skip. Okay, cool. Thanks for that. Yeah, next time it crashes, I'll put that on. I might go try and find a link for it and go and chuck it in my Bannerlord channel, so that other people can check it out as well. I don't. Oh, sorry, I'm not sure what that sentence means, John. What are you saying? There's something you don't like about using the mod? I was googling random stuff today, and I randomly googled how racist is Australia, and I came across this Reddit thread of people just talking about how racist Australia is, and yeah, it was ironic. It was actually kind of a bummer. Like a lot of people just basically commenting about how Australia is like the most racist country in the world, and everyone's like super racist here and stuff. And yeah, ironically, I was feeling kind of bad about people making like generalized comments about a whole class of people, like i.e. the class of people that I belong to, Australians, being racist and stuff. But oh well. Feelings. But yeah, it did kind of also make me sad that some people are having that experience of thinking that everyone in Australia is super racist. Obviously, they've had some bad experiences and stuff. Not saying that there isn't racism in Australia. I'm sure there's heaps of racism in Australia, but it's like, yeah, I don't know. Just some of the people's stories, like they seem like, you know, that had really bad experiences, and it was like, yeah, that's a bummer. And then as a result of that, they've like decided that all of Australia is just super racist and shit. but there were some people like saying it's not that bad, especially in Melbourne and Sydney, which is quite kind of cosmopolitan and multinational and shit like that. But yeah. You're saying nothing? Oh yeah, they did. Some of the comments were also saying Australia is basically just like Britain 2.0, and Britain is racist as fuck. So that makes sense, that kind of thing. But I don't know. It's like I feel like from the point of view of an Australian and or a British person, I kind of feel like. And actually, a lot of people also, some people said there is kind of like rampant casual racism in Australia, but it's not really like hateful or in the main, it's not really hateful or anything like that. It's more just like lack of sensitivity kind of style. And I was like, yeah, I can see that. And also I think a bit of a rejection of PC culture in general and stuff like that. You know, like in the corporate world, PC culture is quite prevalent because you have to be because of HR and shit. But yeah, I feel like outside of like corporate culture, there's a bit of like an anti-political correctness kind of thing. It's not really about being racist though in the main. It's more about just not being careful, you know, whereas, you know, in polite society, it's considered, you know, a requirement that you be careful of everyone's feelings and stuff. You don't see Britain as racist at all. Yeah, well, you know, I guess also like being like vaguely white, you know, makes you maybe you're not, you know, for myself, I mean, obviously you're not going to really experience it. Although it was actually quite an eye-opener for me when I went to Germany, because like as an Australian white person in Australia, I mean I've got like European like ancestry, what we call woggy ancestry in Australia, but you know, I imagine I don't really get that much racism because I'm pretty much white looking, you know, but what I was going to say, yeah, but when I went to Germany, like, and I didn't speak German, like I could speak a few words just to, but not even enough to get by really, and you know, people just were not interested in dealing with me particularly, you know what I mean? Which is fair enough. And then that kind of made me realize, you know, that I've had that experience as well when I'm dealing with somebody who can't speak English well and they're trying to like explain themselves and you're just fucking, I can't be fucked dealing with this shit, you know? It's just too much effort, you know? And you're just not really interested, you know? I'm not that, yes, I'm not really that nice. A lot, you know, whereas I'm sure my wife would be a lot more patient. But yeah, but it was kind of eye-opening because I've never really, like, it's not like so much like racism, like, you know, Nazis and shit, but it's just like, you know, if you see someone who looks like you, they talk like you, they sound like you, you're much more likely to just naturally just get along with them, share a smile, have a chat about some random shit, you know? Whereas if you see someone who looks different, sounds different, you don't really understand them exactly because they're on a bit of a wavelength or they don't speak English that well or whatever, you're more likely to just be like, fuck you, you're annoying, get away from me, you know what I mean? It's like, and you know, it's just like, yeah, and like I didn't really notice that, and like I didn't, as a white Australian that speaks English fluently, I never noticed that really before I went overseas, and then after experiencing it, I'm like, oh yeah, that must be what it's like when you live in Australia if you know, don't really speak English super fluently and you don't look, you know, white basically. It's annoying, yeah. It's annoying when you can't talk, yeah. Well, another thing that they pointed out, which I think also is probably something that's shared with Britain as well, is that Australia's got quite a strong culture of giving shit to people. Like especially if you first meet somebody and you try to feel them out and stuff like that. Like if you're in some sort of social situation with a bunch of guys and there's some other guys there that are like new or like a new guy that's joined the group or whatever, you know what I mean? Part of the introductory process will be like giving them shit. And if they're like, you know, if they've got like, if everyone else is like a blue collar person and that person works in an office or a bank or something, everyone will give them shit about being a banker and a, you know, a capitalist and all that shit. And you know, if that person is like, well, I don't know, it's probably not as much. Actually, yeah, nah. If there was like an Indian guy or something, then probably no one would give him shit about being Indian. They'd be really careful to not. Well, actually, yeah. Then again, I'm as I said, I come from Melbourne, which is probably like the most PC and most kind of, you know, non-racist place in Australia, I would guess. But although probably still quite racist. But you know, but anyway, like yeah. But I was saying, even if like you probably wouldn't initially say like racist jokes to them. But if once they were accepted, like if you had like a new mate that was Indian or whatever, probably initially everyone would be pretty polite about it. No one would say anything. But then I could imagine, yeah, probably not in my friend group, but I could imagine other people I know where once they're accepted, like their nickname might be something really offensive that I won't say right now, but you know what I mean. And like I've met people, I've seen that before where there's a person of a different ethnic group and basically they have like a racist nickname which all of their mates call them, but they also use it as well because it's kind of just like, I don't know, like that's kind of showing they're accepted, you know what I mean? I don't know, it's a bit more of a like high school type culture thing, but I think that still kind of exists in a lot of areas. Like I knew a guy whose nickname was Flaps because he had big ears, and I felt really bad about calling him Flaps because it felt like really insulting because he did have quite big ears, and you know I felt a bit weird about calling him that. Like I felt like I was insulting him, but he, you know, he loved it. That was his name. He was fine with it, you know. So it's like, I don't know, it's kind of weird, like, you know what I mean? So I think there's a lot of that kind of racism in terms of insensitivity and like refusal to be polite, you know, which is like, yeah, yeah, I don't know. But I mean, there's definitely like much more hectic racism in certain areas. That's more, you know, but I think like, yeah, I don't know. I wonder if like because part of the thing is about our history of dealing with the, you know, Australian First Nations people and stuff, and the, all the like English settlers shot them and stuff for when they first came over, and then all this other bad stuff happened, and yeah, and still it's not really great even now. But like I feel like a lot of people when they talk about Australian racism, they're not really talking about that. They're just talking about generally just people being rude or whatever. If they think Australia or England is racist, they should try visiting non-tourist areas in India, Pakistan, or Middle East. Yeah, well, we don't have like people like, you know, well, apart from a recent massacre, we don't really have people like doing like racial violence on each other and stuff that much. I think a little bit maybe, but not not too much. And it's certainly not, that's very fringe as well. It's not like that's acceptable in mainstream society or anything, you know what I mean? Like, if there's people out there having like race wars and shit in the suburbs somewhere, it's not like that's reflective of normal, you know, normal society. But yeah, anyway, I thought that was interesting. But yeah, I felt bad. I kind of felt bad and guilty. Is my country the most racist in the world? Maybe. Yeah, sorry, I shouldn't have raised this topic. It's way too political, I just realized. Topic off. We'll have to be first at something. Yeah, that's right. Australia's best at being racist, and well, we're not quite the best at mass shootings yet, but you know, we've thrown our hat in the ring a couple of times. But yeah, in terms of the whole free speech and thing and everything, like, I'm not against, I don't know what I think about it really, but I guess the main point is like, sometimes I like randomly decide to make a random comment like I did just then, but what am I trying to say? But I can't really let this channel become a, focus area for talking about that shit, because it'll just dominate and also cause heaps of, it'll basically ruin the channel. It'll ruin the primary purpose of the channel, which is to play games that are based on Warhammer and talk shit about Warhammer and stuff, you know what I mean? So yeah, so sorry, I do, you know, obviously, because this is essentially my life. Like I spend like my entire life just sitting here playing games and talking to you guys, so I do occasionally just, you know, just talk about random stuff quite a bit. But yeah, unfortunately I can't really. Sometimes I feel like I should, you know, say stuff about things like, but yeah, I kind of have to hold myself back a little bit. Worrying about if Australia is racist in 2026 is like it being in a burning house and worrying if you should cut the lawn. Thanks, Fappy. Thanks. I feel better now. But yeah, so it's interesting. Lots of different opinions, I guess. Sounds like Australians like Romans, no racism, just enslave everybody regardless of skin color. Yeah, well, there is kind of that thing, like, that people will just give you shit regardless, whether it's about your race or your physical appearance or your job or, you know, anything basically that you may have done. But it's generally, well, it's like anything else really. If people are nice and they like you, then they'll give you shit, but it'll be in a good-natured way, and you'll feel that good-naturedness, and you won't be offended. You know what I mean? Unless you're super sensitive and shit. Whereas if they don't like you, or you don't like them, or you don't trust each other, or whatever, and then people say the wrong thing, then it can cause people to be upset and stuff. Which is why people learn to be polite, so that you don't accidentally piss people off when you're in that tentative stage, and they're not really sure whether they should trust you or not. Unless you're Australian, in which case you don't necessarily learn that. But yeah, I think we do have a bit of a problem with, and like, yeah, maybe this is a separate issue, but yeah, I do think we do have a bit of a problem as a culture sometimes in terms of like intentionally not being polite, like as in like a rejection of politeness or something, you know? And yeah, I can kind of, I don't know, I can kind of see that in a way, like, because like, you know, there's also this thing of like people can fucking pour sugar in your ear and say all sorts of nice shit while they're fucking you over, you know what I mean? And like, I think people are really, I think a lot of people are pretty aware of that, you know what I mean? Like that's like nice words and shit doesn't mean shit, basically, you know what I mean? Like it's like what you actually do and how you actually treat people and stuff, you know? But I don't know. Sometimes the way you speak to people kind of counts as part of the way you treat people, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. Anyway, I can kind of see it from both points of view, you know, like when I like hang out with people I know that are like particularly uncivilized, you know what I mean? I'm like, you kind of cringe at some of the shit that they say. And you know that wouldn't fly in other situations, you know? But then at the same time, when you see people getting like offended about shit, sometimes you're like, yeah, do you really need to get offended about that? Apparently USA is about the 50th percentile mark. What do you say? You're only the 50th most racist country in the world? Well, we're number one, so you've got a long ways to go. Got to work on it. Yanks are worse than Aussies at everything. I feel like Yanks are worse than Aussies at cricket. But that's not really that's not really, you know, the most important measuring stick of a society. The runesmiths need faith or spellcraft. I think they need both. Starting setup gave me a point in spellcraft, so assuming it's needed. Yeah, I think you need both faith and spellcraft. But if you want to check, Kevin, go to the guy that sells you the enchantments, and when you go to buy an enchantment, it'll say you're not high enough in this to get this enchantment. You need 220 whatever. I think it's spellcraft, but yeah, maybe check. Oh, the runes are all smithing based, are they? Oh, okay. You can also check your perks and see what scales off what and what relates to what. So, like, if you look at our perk guide, and we go down to dwarfs, Runesmith. So scales of smithing, scales of faith, scales of spellcraft. So they need both. Yeah, smithing, faith, and spellcraft are your 3 skills. You need all 3. Alrighty. We must be getting near to our cap of companions now. We're 4 out of 4. Cool. Although we're just about to hit tier 2 and then we can get a 5th companion again. But we'll just yeah, we'll just buy some gear and then we'll Alright, yeah, we'll lose the weight on these guys. Wax leather rum races, they're pretty good. I just gotta go to the bathroom, sorry, back in a sec. Oh yeah, I think you can get faith, because I think you can get discipline to 11 potentially. So that means you'd be able to get faith to like 350. So you'd be able to get like 27% ward save or something. I haven't actually tried it yet, but I don't know if I will try it actually, because 8's all you need to get the 300 perk, and that gives you like 22% ward save or something, which is probably enough. Alright, so just check everybody's got low weight so they can get good regen. Yeah, everyone looks pretty good. Cool. Any upcoming games you're excited about? Don't know. I don't know about any other upcoming games. Well, yeah, occasionally I'll see something new for myself. I quite often rely on you guys to tell me about new upcoming things.
Another fool.
Now, let's dismount. I'm going to try and do some serious gun XP.
Dismount!
And we'll summon some dudes.
Square! Face outward! Change formation! Riders! Forward!
Bathsheba, yeah, the Bathsheba DLC for Warhammer is coming out soon. I'm not that excited about it, but I mean, I'm looking forward to it because whenever there's an update to Warhammer, it's always cool. But yeah, I'm more looking forward to whatever updates come alongside Bathsheba. I expect we'll get at least some kind of minor update to
Footmen! Move!
yeah, at least I'm sure we'll get at least some sort of minor update to Cathay. And yeah, I don't play Cathay too much, but I'm kind of looking forward to checking out whatever new stuff they get. Oh, that's pretty good range. That was a chill wind, wasn't it? That's pretty good range. I mean, it's not great. I mean, it's really short range, but it's like I thought it was like 0 range. It's still pretty good. I mean, it's still effective. It's still enough to be effective. Oh, that's my guy. Okay. We'll have to do hold fire next time so they don't kill everything and I can actually use my guns. But yeah, that's pretty good. Alright. Let's go and kill some more dudes. Yeah, I need some money actually as well so I can get some get my spells. There we go.
Another
I'm kind of interested in that one.
hold arrows! Cavalry! Move! Soldiers! Move! Forward!
I'm gonna just hold fire and just stand there, and then I can practice my gun skills. Oh wow, these guys are just coming right for me. Thought they would just all go for my troops. We're up to now 32, that's pretty good. White Lions recruited from main IOPC. Neither. Wait, to get what? Sorry, Anthony. I should have told you. You need to get 250 in charm skill. So you need to put 5 points into social. You need to get up to 250 charm skill. Then you have to use your faction. You have to use your faction mechanic currency to buy buy ASO units. So you have to go to the keep in Tor Lithanel and talk to the ASO diplomat guy, and then he'll give you an option to exchange your faction currency for high elf units, and you'll get these sea guard dudes that are kind of like mid-tier infantry that are cheaper than the city born, but they're not really that worth having. They're okay though. And yeah, anyway, and once you get 250 charm, then when you do that, sometimes mixed in with those guys, you'll get White Lions. So it's actually like, sorry, I didn't think to tell you, but yeah, it's actually like a mega like campaign, like challenge campaign type of thing to do the White Lion campaign. It's not actually very chill at all. 250 charm is not that excessive. It's just because it just means you have to do a charm build. You have to do a social build. You have to put 5 points in social. You want to go 250 charm and 250 leadership because 250 gives you +1 companion, both in leadership and charm. So if you go 5 points social, that allows you to get 250 in charm and leadership, which gives you 2 extra companions, 1 from each of them. So it's yeah, it's only 5 points of social. So it's like, it's still, I mean, it's still a substantial investment, but yeah, I don't know. Also, it means you can go get higher trade, so you can make more money from blacksmithing. So you can be Vol, you know, devotees of Vol with your high elves. See, I did a challenge campaign where I played like I could only use high elf troops, so I couldn't recruit. So it was basically like companion only, and I couldn't get any troops unless they were high elves. And that was pretty fun. Not sure if I actually did that with the White Lion one or not. I also did a Druki game, yeah. Druki's fucked now though because you can't convert captives, so there's literally like no way to get Druki troops at all. There is a sort of a workaround to get chaos troops that you can take over a chaos settlement, let the chaos settlement convert to chaos so that all the troops to recruit are chaos, but you can't recruit them because you're empire or whatever, even though you joined chaos. And then you let that settle get taken, and it gets taken back by empire, but it hasn't converted over yet, and the troops in there are still chaos. And then it'll let you actually recruit chaos troops as an empire character if the town is currently owned by empire, but you can recruit chaos troops from there. So there is sort of still a way. There is still sort of a way to sort of get chaos troops, but it's super hard. But I'm kind of thinking about doing like a medicine, like a 330 medicine playthrough, and just try to have like the absolute maximum amount of medicine so that my chaos troops will never die, and then try to slowly build up a chaos army with like maximum medicine skill. Gunpowder's 69 already. Getting up there. Just got to get 100 so I get my extra discipline point for free. But yeah, so if you get if you put 10 points in discipline and then you get gunpowder up to 100 for +1, I imagine it's just like with like endurance that you should be able to get discipline up to 11. So you should be able to get to 350 spellcraft and 350 faith and 350 gun. Does gun have a scaling thing? Spellcraft, I guess, just gives you a little bit more winds of magic, so it's not really that important. Faith just gives you a little bit more ward save, which isn't that important if you're getting 100% physical resistance from magic, but if you're like, you know, if you're only getting like 60% resistance from elsewhere, and then you can get 27% from ward save, like 27% plus 60 is 87, which means you're taking 13% damage, which is, you know, quite a bit less than taking, you know, 15 or 17% damage. I don't want to level social, I want to swig a big axe. Social, you don't really have to level social, you just, I mean, you do, but it's pretty easy to level. You just put a heap of points into, charm, and then just go and donate like shitloads of money. Use your blacksmithing money to just donate heaps of money to lords to raise their rep with you, and they'll like you a lot and give you charm XP. Also, if you join a faction, you can keep using your prestige, your influence to vote on council matters. You got to be joined as a vassal though. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Well, you can do White Lion companion only, but it'll take you ages to try to find all of the White Lion gear if you're not actually recruiting them and stealing their gear. But yeah, you can find it in all the Wood Elf lands. White Lion armor. There's another 2 arcane scrolls. Nearly make our summoning weapon. Social is good for leading armies, yeah. Yeah, let be good for leading armies, having high morale so you can move fast on the campaign map. I think that's what leadership basically gives you, high morale, so you kind of move faster. 5-1. How high up do we have to get? Uh, 5-1 gets us exactly to 100. That's cool. But yeah, by the time we but we'll get 12 soon, so it'll be 6-1, which is 114. So should be able to get to gunpowder 100 if we shoot enough people in the face. Without having to put any points into it. Alright, so we've got all our class skills up already. And yeah, I guess we're gonna go one-handed. So we can use this enchantment.
Hold! Dismount! Infantry! Make a shield! Move! Forward! Forward!
I could go and buy a slightly better gun. Might help us a bit.
Hold fire! Gobble fire at will!
All the magic. What was I trying to do? Oh yeah, we gotta go to Waldenoff or Drakenhof and buy some magic. We got any archers? Or, yeah, they got a few.
Hold! Dismount! Infantry! Forward! Make a shield! Horsemen! Move! Move! Infantry, form a line! Change formation! Are you puny?
We're up to 83. Yeah, once we go up a level, we should be able to get to 100 pretty easy. Gotcha. Trying to shoot the arrow boys so we can reduce this incoming missile fire. Shit. That was a headshot. Even though I shot him in between the shoulder blades, that's where his head is. Oops. One of ours. summons. Shit, missed. One more. Gun romances. I don't know when the gun romances will come in.
Another.
I'll just take this opportunity to get some more gun XP. I'm really liking the change with them. They run towards you.
Dismount! Cavalry, move! Footmen, make a shield! Line formation! Move!
Yeah, I need to buy a bit of horse after this too. It's 89.
dog!
90. Shit. Yeah, the vampires nuke everything. Whoopstone dust. Yeah, sorry if I ruined your campaign there, Anthony. Yeah, you could switch to Swordmasters. Swordmaster companion only. Go for a high elf only challenge or something. I almost forgot what I was doing here. So we're going to go and buy some jumping between them and trying to get a feel for how each faction plays. So I wasn't very far. Didn't even know about the high elf unit mechanic. Oh yeah, nice. Yeah, so if you play any of the Eonia ones, the Laurelon Forest Elves. Basically, the best way to get their faction mechanic is by capturing enemies, and then you take them back and you talk to go to the keep, and then you talk to the Dark Elf guy, and you can sell the captives to him in exchange to get the faction currency. Yeah. The Glade Lord can use beast or life magic and can generate winds of magic with heavy armor. Oh, really? Can you do Aeonir Glade Lord, or you can only do Asso Glade Lord? I think the Glade Lord gets no I think the Glade Lord gets no extra companions though as well. Low master health, yeah. If you can be Aeonir, then you can roleplay as a high elf. If you're an Asso though, you're kind of pretty much wood elf. It doesn't really work otherwise. Only Azrai? Ah, yeah, no, Azrai lame. Fuck Azrai. Don't want to be a naked savage elf. No, if you're gonna be a naked savage elf, you got to go like War Dancer vibe or something like that. You can't really go like Sword Masters. The Aeonir are not high elves technically, but you can roleplay as a Aeonir. You can roleplay as a high elf, and they've got armor that looks pretty good. All right, what am I doing? We're talking to this guy. Oh, we need some more money. Sorry, first we're making some money. Fairly slowly. Yeah, no, I kind of hate playing Wood Elves because of the tree mechanic. Like, there's heaps of really cool things about the tree mechanic, but the thing how you like lose 50% of your health if the tree's like out of harmony or whatever, just kind of ruins it for me. Like, I just hate the idea of my character being all tough and shit, and then the tree loses its harmony, and now I've suddenly got 50% health of what health I had before, and I'm a total weakling and stuff. You know, it's like, eh. So yeah, I never really play Asa. I always only play Aeonir. But yeah, I kind of like the Grey Lord Wizard for a Swordmaster or a Lawmaster, because I feel like their mind control thing kind of, I feel like that works as a Lawmaster. You're like a Lawmaster Jedi, and you're like, these are not the droids you're looking for. Fight those guys, you know, and does a bit of mind control. So I feel like that seems pretty Lawmastery to me. But yeah, the only class I really care about for Wood Elves is the War Dancer, and I hope that it's like a speed demon kind of class. Like, I hope it's the way that I wish that the Blood Knight was, where basically they go like they run like 20% faster all the time, and every time they get a kill, they get like a little extra speed boost, and every time they get like a critical hit, like, or a head execution, you get a bit of slow time. So basically you're just running around fucking dancing in between the enemies, going super fast, fucking chopping someone's head off, get a bit of slow time, run around behind them, you know, like that sort of shit. That's what I want for the War Dancer, and for their career ability to be like a leap with, or a leap or a dash. Actually, a dash would be better, where they can like dash through, like you know, behind enemies and stuff like that, and make them be able to jump higher with their athletics, so they can jump over people and dash around them, and you know, shit like that. Remember in previous version you could jump onto some castle walls during sieges? Yeah. Yep. You probably still can if you have like max athletics, and you can jump really high. Just have to get the right map where you can get on the walls. Grey Mage is the strongest class in the game right now, with enchantments and magics and free winds of magic from mind control. I was able to solo Brass Keep. Yeah, you can probably do it with Vampire as well. The normal cast-time Vampire, because they can get their magic back. Or the Necrarch. Yeah, Grey Mage and Necrarch, Vampire. I'm not sure about the Spellsinger. The Spellsinger get their magic back, but they only through their units. I'm not sure how tough the Dryads are. The Dryads are pretty cool though. Like the whole Dryad concept is pretty cool. Alright, let's see if we got enough to buy my spells that I want. We get at least one. Get at least the healing spell. Maybe we'll get the healing spell, then we'll join up with a Lord again. As a hired sword, but this time we'll have heals and we can do the thing. Oh, I've got 5 arcane scrolls. I can make my sword. I can make my sweet sword now. Tapered blade, 47 cut. Doesn't seem very good. 53 cut. Legendary scimitar, 60 cut, 90. I mean, that sounds pretty good. I'll give that a shot. Actually, I've got enough now, I think. Yeah, let's go try. Because I've got the perk that gives me half price. Oh, we can buy books. Oh shit! I didn't know we could buy books. That's cool. Oh, we can get minor magic as well. Oh wait, where does death magic come into it? Oh, the merc. So the Necromancer, so the Sylvanian merc can learn lore of death. That's pretty cool. Oh yeah, so on Morth restores minions' health and gives them unholy vigor. Heals allies over time. And yeah, this one Dance Macabre. Gives them grace and speed, makes them all more deadly for a brewer. So yeah, I think that I'm not sure if it gives them foot speed or just gives them attack speed, but yeah. I think the vampire can recharge with headshots, but they can be either ranged or melee headshots, yeah. And you can always just recharge, and the other thing is you can just recharge your health all the time by just going into your vampire mode. So you can kind of, yeah. Like as long as you're alive, you can always hit people a bit, get your charge back up. Get your winds of magic back up. Yeah, I kind of want Dance Macabre. So Gaze and Nagash is shit, you reckon? But Shadow Blood's alright, yeah? VC Merc, yeah, VC Merc's bugged, yeah, probably makes sense. Yeah, I expect to see Necromancy in Darkness, but they've got Death there as well. That's pretty cool. Where are we going? Oh, I've got another companion to get now. Oh shit, alright. Well, I need to save more money. Yeah, we'll get this last companion, then we'll go and join up again and do some more training. Read some books. Gonna become the ultimate. Summons heal and shadow blood. Yeah, sounds pretty good. Yeah, I think I want to do another knight playthrough at some point and do a Knights Griffin Commander, but I like actually run like a combined force of like different knighthood orders, and I'll have like try to have mostly Knights Griffin mixed in with Knights of the White Wolf. Oh yeah, so let's enchant my weapon. Oh wait, I've got to unequip it first. Oh yeah, buds anyway. Summoning blade. Summoning sword. How about Tile Knights? They can use Tile 200 hammer when you get to 3. So you can use the Tile 200 hammer when you get to 300 faith. Tile 200 hammer is shit though, isn't it? Or you just want it because it does faith damage instead of physical or something? But no, I want to do Griffin Knights because they have I think they have the best buffs. If you go Sigma Faith, you get 20% ward save and 20% physical damage buff for your knights. The Tile 2-handed hammer has 15% ward save. Yeah, but the Sigma has 20% ward save, unless they nerfed it. Knights Panther Knights Panther Sigma. Oh yeah, but there's no Knights Panther in the game, so there's no point saying it. Well, it doesn't really. Essentially, there is no knighthood order. You don't like when you play knight currently. There is no knighthood order really. You choose a knighthood order, but really all it does is chooses to give you a boost in a particular type of religion. So it doesn't really matter what you choose at the start. You just pray to whatever you want to pray to, and then that makes you like the type of knight you want to be. So if you pray to the Knights of the White Wolf, basically that means you'll buff Knights of the White Wolf. If you pray to Ulrich, then you'll buff knights that pray to Ulrich, i.e. Knights of the White Wolf. If you pray to Sigma, you'll buff Griffin Knights. If you buff, so there's a perk in the knight tree that basically gives an extra buff to knights that are dedicated to the same god that you are. So that's basically the only thing that's the only reason it matters, basically, just for that one perk that buffs knights that are the same religion as you. But yeah. As far as I can tell, anyway. Yeah, so Knights Panther is secular, so that means that in order to buff them, if they existed, you would have to be secular, which means you get the secular set of seals, which is shit. The Sigma seals are sick. Physical resistance 20%, ward save 20%. That's like the best you can get. Whereas the secular ones are like extra fucking prestige from battles, or 20% reduced upkeep cost for knights, or some bullshit that you don't care about. You know what I mean? And yeah, same with Knights of the Blazing Sun. The same. They've got some bullshit economy stuff. They do have like one buff that gives them a boost to auto resolve, which is kind of cool. But at the same time, if you want to be like a badass knight, you don't really want to spec into auto resolve, you know. Oh yeah, the 10%, the 10% physical lesser is not too bad, but it's not as good as 20% ward save though. Yeah, no, I just feel like it's kind of lame because the Knights Griffin, like worshipping Sigmar is like so far the best, and all the rest are basically shit compared to it. And like the Knights Griffin are like the least cool out of all the Knighthood orders, you know. Like the Knights of the White Wolf are the coolest, I think. And the Blazing Sun is second coolest. There are no high elves in the game. Sorry, Husky. What are you talking about? Oh, you're talking about Total War. Oh, Wood Elves. Yeah, Wood Elf units, right. The Wood Elf Cityborn are pretty powerful. They're super expensive though. So we can buy this last vampire. We've also got tier 2 perks that we can unlock now too. Pretty nice. I'm interested in seeing the I'm interested in the new Dark Heresy game that's coming out. I don't know how far away it is though. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I felt like Rogue Trader was good, but it's just not quite my kind of game. Basically, like it's too story driven and there's not enough kind of like grinding of like procedurally generated missions and stuff. Like I kind of prefer something a bit more like Chaos Gate or something where you have a little bit of story interspersed in with procedurally generated, you know, random missions. But yeah, I think yeah, so I know that Dark Heresy is not going to be my kind of game exactly. It'll be another game like Rogue Trader, but I'm hoping it's going to be a little bit more, going to have a little bit more of that kind of element where you can kind of build stuff and go around and fight randomly and, you know, not be so like, yeah, if it was a bit less locked into a story and a bit more like you go and adventure and find different investigations and stuff to get into, like I think I'd like it better. But yeah, anyway, but even if it's like exactly the same as Rogue Trader, but just better and fully voice acted, which they've said it is going to be fully voice acted, I'll still be like super into it. I hope that they give me a free copy because I'm poor. Well, not poor, but you know, I can't afford to buy all of the games I would like to buy. You mean playing original Chaos Gate? Original Chaos Gate? You mean like the one from the 80s or whatever? No, you're not allowed to. No one's allowed to buy me games. You've got a rule against buying games. I'm happy for you to, you know, do super chats or gift subs or whatever. That's very nice of you. But yeah, no, I've had a few bad experiences with people buying me games and then like, or mainly one really bad one really, where somebody bought me a game and I wasn't really into it, and then like I talked about it in the way that I talk about games, which is basically, this game sucks. I don't give a shit about it, basically. It's not Warhammer and it's not that good. And, you know, obviously the guy was really offended because he just shelled out a heap of money to buy me the game because he really wanted me to play it with him or play it at the same time as him. And, you know what I mean? And like, that's likely to happen again. If I let you guys buy me shit, then I'm likely to play it, not like it, because I've got a very narrow interest, which is basically just Warhammer, Total War, and Bannerlord. You know, so anything that's not one of those three things is highly likely for me to not really like it. So it's like I will try it and I'll play it a couple of times, especially if I get it for free from the company. And I feel like that's fair enough because they give me a free copy, I give them a bit of free advertising, you know, whatever. But yeah, I feel like the dynamic, if you guys buy me stuff, I feel like it's a weird dynamic and it's not, you know, it's not good. Because yeah, that guy, we're not friends anymore. Don't talk to that guy anymore. And like, I honestly would rather have the guy than the $100 worth of game, which I don't even play anyway. Sorry. I'm still processing the emotions from that incident, obviously. It was another strange story. No, it was just a guy. It was just a guy that used to hang around in chat, and yeah, we used to talk to him quite a bit for a few weeks at least, and then yeah, that incident happened, and he got really offended and never spoke to me again. And yeah, so now I feel like a bit of an asshole. So I'm gonna solve that by I'm not gonna solve that by being more sensitive to other people's feelings. I'm gonna solve that by not letting anyone buy me shit anymore. Guess my plan on buying you Barbie Adventures so you can stream it is done then. Yeah, unfortunately. It was a beautiful dream. Hey Zubix, how's the Necromancer going? Oh yeah, just chilling. I'm mainly just chilling and chatting really. I'm just like, I'm just leveling. We're in the early game preparation stage. I haven't really done too much adventuring just yet. I'm just trying to buy another companion because we're missing one at the moment. This should be enough money to get him. Might even have a bit left over to buy some more spells. Alright, beautiful. Ah, it's gone. Crap. The companion I wanted was there until just a moment ago, and then now they're gone. Let's go to Drakenhof. Hopefully they'll have a vampire there for us. Been doing Dowie Iron Drake's run. 6 million gold. Sort of running out of things to do. Plenty to fight. 6 million gold? How did you make all your gold? Just from fighting and owning territory, or...?
Dismount!
Where am I here?
Infantry forward! Double move!
Oh yeah, I've got to, mercenary mode had 500 influence for ages. Oh, how much, just making shitloads of money from mercenary, being a mercenary. Oh, I have to kill them, don't I? To start, yeah, wounding them doesn't work. Uh-oh. Well, I see a lot of greenskins getting blasted by spells and dying here. Oh, they missed. Oh no, they missed through their spells. Oh shit, all the vampires are gonna die. Fuck, we might lose. We're gonna lose this. If the vampires had have just actually hit with their spells.
Now.
50k today. Okay, nice. Crap, I just got wrecked. I could have easily won that if I hadn't been so obsessed with trying to set off my ability. Donate prisoners as mercs. Oh, donate prisoners to your own faction, not selling them to the guy. Plus loot, you make so much money. Yeah, the only problem with loot is you got to find somewhere to sell it. You only sell like 20 to 50k worth of stuff in each town. So if you got like a 2 million gold worth of shit, you got to like travel around the whole world to try and get rid of it. Yeah, I kind of, I don't know, I'm not sure what else I want to play. I'm still enjoying my dwarf playthroughs, my Slayer and my Ironbreaker and my Runesmith. Yeah, like I said, I do want to do an Empire Knight kind of thing. I've still got my Merc, my rich Merc I'm trying to do, but But yeah, I went the reason I wanted to go Merc was so I could make millions of gold and buy all the enchantments and stuff. But I didn't really have a good like roleplay kind of idea for my Empire Merc, so I didn't really yeah, like I think if I'm gonna do it again, I need to maybe do the high elf version. I mean the Eoneer version, Eoneer Swordmaster Merc. Actually, yeah, I've actually got my high elf, getting my rich as a high elf campaign, which I abandoned because the high elves were fucked and I couldn't learn magic. But now they fixed it, so you can now. So I can actually just switch over to that. Is that awkward? I kind of want to play my pseudo high elf wizard band for a bit. You guys gonna hate me if I cut this necromancy shit short? I mean, I don't know. I guess I haven't really leveled him up enough to really explore it fully, but I'm kind of already bored of it, and I haven't even played it really. Can I show my army? Yeah, anything you want to show, just chuck it on Discord and just write @Most of the Mad, and it'll ping me. I'm my warrior priest as well. Faith and Steel Gun Sisters. That was a Magister one though, yeah. Yeah, Gun Sisters would have been better as mercs. I should have done merc. I wonder if it'll crash heaps because it's like from an old build, and like that build was crashing a lot when I was playing that build. But now the new builds come out and I've started new campaigns, they've been super stable. But I wonder if I go back to the old save, if it'll be really crashy again. If it is, I'll start from scratch again. It won't take me long to get back up to the same spot, you know. All right, we're gonna switch to a high elf kind of swordmaster, lawmaster build, where we just have heaps of wizards, and they, you know, we're gonna teach them all to be swordmasters essentially, which I'll just say again in a second. All right, so I started a campaign the other day as a high elf mercenary, so playing as part of the Eoneer, like wood elf faction, but I chose the background of being like an Aser diplomat. Well, actually, I'm not sure if I actually did or not, but we're role playing as an Aser anyway, as a high elf, that is. And we'll just pop you guys over to the new stream. And yeah, so I wanted to pick that up.